off of a measly 5 bullet points. Last time on whatever the hell this even is. The party had successfully at this point bonded with all of your separate creatures, entities, dead or alive, known as walkers. You were told that you weren't going to survive very long in this world at your current pace, because all of you were babies. Or at least in the eyes of a massive dragon, you look a baby to him. And you were told ahead of time that this land is not only infested with dangerous creatures that were far, most likely greater, because he doesn't actually know what happened in your timeline, than anything that you've experienced so far. Saying as which that, for one, demigods are still very much alive and walking the plane, are in the midst of being purged and or made into actual gods themselves for worship and various rituals. The monsters that which gods held as pets were released when the gods, were banished from this plane during the war 200 years ago between divinity and man. And to make it nice, sweet, and cynical, all of you were shoved into the center of this with a whole bunch of things that you were bringing from the past. Or I guess the future. For one, we had briefly visited Mammoth in a dreamlike state where you saw there was some either vision or link established with a creature. Something that you were warned about at the beginning of the campaign and have been referenced a few times, of which you knew it was coming eventually. However, eventually seems to be rapidly approaching, or at the very least, made aware of your presence now that you're here. You also had a little moment with both yourself and your grandfather, and we had an entire rundown between our fiery friend and Kipley. We saw Mustang and Kipley have a vigorous conversation back and forth as the two people who just don't sleep at all. We, you know, I give the option to have talks at 1 a.m. and what do I get? We have like a 3-hour monologue between one person passing it back and forth, stating the most god-forsaken quotes, or profound character development. Mustang was seen dealing with the Sparks aftermath. When we briefly had him, may Ash return. It was very clear that Mustang, after bonding with whatever this new being, Jan, their walker who identified themselves as Jan, said there were some after effects. For one, he started to be able to smell, touch at a little more of a, well, nervous system-esque angle, opposed to just feeling your smoke fill up an area. And started having some more humanoid-esque senses as a gift. And this gift was seen as revolting to the man who had lived in his head for hundreds, if not an undescribable amount of time, amount of years. There was a little kind of like a little housewife of Jersey-esque rundown where he argued with them back and forth in a very sassy and Mustang manner, and didn't really get a whole lot of responses from either party. It just seemed that, well, Jan was a little either respectful or cautious about talking with the Spark itself, or talking with both of them at the same time. The Spark was very much keeping up that sense of, I will start the conversation when I feel like it, and only say what I wish to hear. And after that little brief venture out, we had the conversations, and we had some rather brief but still concerning reveals. Um, with the party going through all of these pains, of some of them being old and new, Kipley brought up a few points that Mustang had to call out the "Hey, bud, we're in a very magical place right now, very magical people. You gotta mention these things." When you brought up your deal, um, as Mustang essentially asked how it went with the walkers and all of you guys, and it went great for the most part, except for Kipley, who expressively feels like she got screwed over, and it 100% did after it was revealed through a conversation with Wave and the two of you. Yeah, it lied. It told you the truth the first time when you were first bonding with your walker. Mordred really couldn't kill you. He could hurt you pretty bad, potentially control your body if you failed under a certain limit for the DC 17 charisma saving throw. But actually killing you would be a little bit outside of his binds, at least his current prison that holds him. And you really just you had one of those survival moments of fight or flight, and there wasn't really much chance to do either, so you made a deal. And with the brief sage advice of Wave, essentially said, I can't renegotiate contracts. You can, if you can find a way to manipulate him, manipulate Mordred in any way, shape, or form. Contracts can be broken, made, and edited at any time, especially when a patron doesn't have a heavy amount of influence in a world. So he essentially patted you on the back, said, "Good luck. Hope it gets better." Smiley face. Meanwhile, Mustang really just kept running down all of the horrible and traumatic things this party has been through and preparing to get rid of or change himself. As we all know, that Wave threatened Mustang to either stay as his smoky visage and either erupt, killing all of you and destroying a large part of the palace eventually, um, or turning into an actual humanoid. Finding a body smith, someone who has in the past shown to be capable um, of keeping a spark alive longer than just a few hundred years, and making sure that they are stable. And giving up what you've already known for so long, it was very clear that Mustang wasn't a fan, but was willing to at least go along with it for now. As both DM mentioned and thoughts that they came up in their own head, it was 100% like maybe for forever in quotation marks, as once this wave is gone, and if you do return to the future, what's stopping you from simply dispelling the form, breaking whatever body was made, or also just finding any other number of reincarnation spells that have already been cast on party members before? But at least for now, Mustang agreed and was preparing for the worst. And so, with some brief conversations out of the way, putting a small child back into the bed, an actual bed, and having some morning discourse, we found out two things. And one of them was one of those things that we found out a long time ago, but just haven't been able to see because your boy has been kind of kept from using it. We saw Kipley enter a fugue state, and in the morning, have this kind of like savage hunger take over your form. And as you burst out of your room, we all learned / remembered that Mammoth is now the Flash. After the cards that you were given, the deck of mischief, deck of many, many more things, you have like a 60-foot movement speed, 120 with dash, and as a child, without even a broom and just running, especially being a small race, just brings so much joy. 65 feet. Thank you for the correction. So it was 25 plus 40. So we saw this weird kind of chase go down, where it was this kind of vampiric-esque gray-skinned Kipley rapidly like flying down the halls at already fast rate, and then just a child Captain America on your left chasing her down and making sure that she was okay, of which she was very much not. We had a brief conversation in the dining hall where the cloche, I remembered it this time, that Kipley was opening repeatedly over and over again, wasn't bringing up anything despite that ravaging hunger, and you just kept slamming it and slamming it and slamming it, and it woke up the majority of the palace, or at least people who were already on their way there, the point where the entire party gathered just in time to watch as whatever once was Kipley is no more. No, just kidding. Kipley is fine, but it wasn't at the moment. And a number of people who were extraordinarily high level watched as Megan rolled 3 natural 20s in less
Yeah,
than 2 minutes.
bitches.
And not only did you manage to resist very high level magic, but it took a legitimate 9th level spell to put you down for the moment, incapacitated. But it is hilarious from the DM view who has these stat blocks of people who could wipe the floor of you in an instant, being like, half my shit isn't working because they are rolling too well, and that made me laugh. However, after containing Kipley and bringing her to a lab of which none of you have seen yet, there was this kind of strange moment where all of you were looking at your friend and not seeing the Kipley that you've known for these many months that you've been together now. And the form that you were looking at, while it was the kind of like bat-like wings and the gray skin of which many of you already knew Kipley was turned at least some point into an undead. Unsure as to what caused it, but the gray of skin, some affliction was known. Whether it was turning undead, some sort of sickness, it was very evident that there was something wrong as soon as you got to the future, to the past, excuse me, because your magic item, the blood pump that keeps you looking like a humanoid, was left in the future. So as soon as you got back, the process slowly started to gain more and more to this point, where you all saw 2 large fangs protrude from the front of her face. The body itself almost wearing the skin like loose baggy clothing, and is bone-like structure that doesn't resemble a humanoid that is alive, taking over her natural features, making it sharp, making it thin, and making her look like she's already died. And speaking of dying, after a brief few minutes of you banging on a magic circle, specifically containing undead, a gem was brought in, of which none of you have seen before, but Mustang, who's not here. And after a brief moment, they shattered it, and almost like watching plants getting watered and some mist go over nice green leaves and settle down into a little pool at the bottom. That mist itself settled over Kipley's form, and then, just reminiscent of what happened back in Portcliff, was vacuumed up. Sucked in, almost like a sharp inhale, and the body began to return slightly in color. She was brought back to the main table where you waited for her to wake up and began discussing what exactly was afflicting her. To which the first ever discovery in all of Eris of second-hand lichdom was born. Clearly not the late stages of which you become a fully dead and necrotic wizard who feels the need to conquer the world itself or destroy multitudes of human beings to stay alive, but showing the beginning stages of losing humanity, of seeing the fact that you no longer have to rely on fleshly needs, food immediately becoming disgusting to you, the very thought of having sustenance gone, and this strange new feeling of kind of emptiness settling in. We briefly discussed it at the end of last session, that based on what level of chaos Megan wants from this character, you can go both ways. Hey, Kipley's already packed full of a bunch of things, so
Oh
there could
boy.
be, there is cures, and there is ways to get rid of this. However, you don't have to want to be cured if you don't want to. As it was briefly revealed, that the more that you lean into this Lichdom-esque character, gonna get some more arcanic boons and a little bit more of necrosis going on. However, if you want to get rid of it, well, you are certainly in the right place to do so with some very powerful figures who understand Arcana very well at your disposal. Calling her by the way she goes both ways. I'm not confirming nor denying that without the approval of the council. But that's where we left off. All of you sitting around a dining table in the early morning. This was at the break of dawn. Um, Kipley now just being informed of this fate. All of you now wondering what the hell is going to happen as a party. And a number of your own personal quests, tragedies, and or plates that you're trying to deal with are slowly coming into view. As we pick up where we left off, you can see that Mustang is still with you in the dining hall, as they aren't really eating anything, as they don't need to. You see Mustang just kind of silently lifts up their kosh, and there is just a singular shot glass in the center that is full of a brown liquid, of which they just slide out, place the cloche down, open it back up again, pull out that same one, and just keeps repeating until there's about like 6 different shot glasses lined up, and they take 6 shots of morning whiskey, of which now that kind of burning sauna-like aroma begins to fill out as whiskey smoke disperses from their form. You can see Mori, who is present at the end of the dining hall table. She's kind of silently keeping to herself, looking at all of you, but not looking to start conversation. And Waves and Uldren are still both there as well. Uldren of which is looking a little like, not tense, but you can definitely tell it's not nearly as relaxed as usual. Potentially still wary of whatever the hell happened prior. And Wave looking over at all of you, specifically just kind of giving like this almost, for the first time that you could have guessed since you've seen him, it's kind of like deep, almost a look of understanding at Kipley, that you eventually catch him, even if you're low perception of 12, eventually do catch him as he doesn't try and hide it at all, of Wave just kind of staring at you every now and then occasionally looking down at his plate, lifting up his own cloche and also having nothing show up. There is a pause, and you hear at the end of the table. Well, so that was the start of the day. If you guys need anything, or if you have any questions, I'll be around. You have a bell. They all work, except for Mustangs. Let me know if you need anything, but I would like to potentially start looking to see if I'm capable of fixing this anytime soon. Yes, no offense, Kibley, but if there is a way to get rid of this sooner than later, I think we would all appreciate that. Right?
Kipley doesn't look up. She's just kind of looking down at her plate, at her cloak, back at her hands in her lap, and she just kind of gives a nod.
All right. I'll be going. And you see as his form, not even reaching the doorway, but just as he turns away from the table, reverts back into that blue-like mist, and it just wafts off for about another foot before it disappears. See Aldrin at the end of the table. Well, this is certainly a development. Although we do not we do have to let this ruin good news. Although Wave is going to be preoccupied with that for a while, I do have some good news from a few of my friends, informants, that I sent out prior. I will not be able to transport you there myself, at least not. And kind of gestures around to the room and the overall palace. I will not be able to fly you there directly, but there is some potential in Relan of a few different mages we could look into for this device that you are looking to create. I'm making sure that they are trustworthy before we can fully allow you to reach out, as I do not want you to be set up or any of us put in danger through connections. But if you are also going to the home of Arcana, perhaps there is a chance that you could reach out to one of the local archmages to see if they also have any insight on a cure. With caution, of course. You are putting something that a few of them might want for themselves right on their platter, but I am sure there is at least a few whose concern would be greater than their desires to get rid of such a thing as opposed to study it. We'll, at least in the next day or so, have more information.
Kibley just kind of leans forward, reaches up, picks up her cloche and just kind of sets it gently on her plate, looks over to them and just kind of gives a nod.
why don't we tend to the garden slightly earlier than we normally do? Allow our guests some space to discuss. Just kind of nods in your direction, the party's direction as a whole, before he pushes out of his seat. You see Maury goes, well, I hope that you find what you're looking for, and you certainly know how to keep this place inter interesting. Interesting is the right word. Hey, good day. And she kind of excuses herself with a little curtsy, runs out of the door. You see Uldren just kind of slowly following behind, kind of gives one last eye over to the party before exiting, and the far end door closes, leaving just the remaining party members inside, which is Duradon, Mammoth, and Kipley, and a brooding Mustang, which is kind of very much with just a sole look of concern, kind of giving glances up towards Kipley, but mainly just looking down at the shot glasses beneath him. Now, is there anything that you all would like to do for the rest of the morning and or evening? Day, excuse me. Regarding any RP, regarding anything that you would like to test and or do as a whole.
Ugh.
Love to hear that as a response.
I think Kipley would kind of push her plate forward a bit, scoot a little down in her chair, and just kind of hesitantly look to the rest of her party. I know. Well, actually, I don't know what all of you are thinking. Is the plan still to go to Relin? Mammoth, were you able to, get your robot to accept you?
Oh, yeah, we're cool.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's good. Duradon, you're good with yours?
For the most part, I think.
Okay. And Mustang, I think they're good.
We have an understanding.
Great. I think mine's good too now, so...
As you say that, Kipley, what's your passive arcana?
I have a passive arcana?
14. It's 10 plus whatever your
okay.
arcana is.
Yeah, 14.
Okay. I will say it's not even a matter of perception as it is just this strange awareness that kind of comes over you that you never really felt before in terms of the arcane. Because you've seen magic itself with your goggles. Undeniably so. For a second, even without them in your presence, you sort of feel a tingle as you say, mine's good. You notice the collar that was around you before doesn't seem to be present, or at least doesn't feel like it has the weight that it did when it initially was put on. Just kind of a lingering reminder.
Yeah, I think we're good to go then. Possibly, unless any of you had anything you needed to do here.
I mean, I'll probably, before we head out, go and say bye to my child, and then I'm good.
Wait, to who?
Dramatically, as you say that, the door bursts open at the end of the at the end of the dining hall, and you see Zyrus walk in. Ah, good morning, everyone. How are we? I am famished. It looks like you're all here.
Kipling just
Wait, what the?
shoves her plate down towards the end of the table towards Zyrus, but her gaze is
Oh.
like zeroed in on Duradon.
And I heard there was talks of babies.
Yeah, fear?
What?
No, fear. It, the dragon
Is the
child?
dragon egg? Listen,
Oh my
You
god.
gotta-
Why
you
do you
gotta
fucking
find-
call it your child? That's not okay.
I mean, technically it is, if you think about it from like a magically standpoint. It regards him as a parent.
Thank
So
you.
he's
See?
he's accepting responsibility. Yeah, no, this is Mischief talking, by the way.
You're
Uh,
asking for confirmation from that one.
No, but I'm saying
What
like
do you mean?
it reveres me as a father, and what am I supposed to be like? No, no, no. You're not my child. I'm just the sole reason that you exist.
Okay, it's just, there's been a lot of question between, you. Whatever, fuck it. Okay, you're its dad, you're Dragon's dad. I'm ready to accept that. I've seen weirder things. Okay, so
me.
what do we...
No, unless Cyrus has a surprise. I don't think I.
What?
He'll look towards Cyrus.
Zyrus just kind of gives you a look of like, it's not embarrassment in the slightest, but she gives you a look of like, are you sure? Like, are you sure you want to have that conversation? Just,
I'll telepathically
listen,
to her, be
listen.
like, "Did I like? You have her memories. I did like, you know, exit before."
So there's an immediate vocal shift, and there's also a physical shift as Cyrus waltzes up very gracefully up to the table, and then you all hear a very loud clank as metal boots meets shin underneath the table as she just fully kicks you, and she got half plate, not half plate armor, excuse me. She got a mix of splint armor on. That shit hurts. Those greaves fucking hurt as they slam into your shin. And she goes, "Are you asking Mischief if she knows whether or not you pulled out? Is that seriously what you want to be? You want to be having these conversations inside of our head?"
You know, I figured that the message would get to the right person. I can't really, I think, choose between the two of you who I can...
No, not at all. But just then, maybe don't do it at all then, huh? How about that? Did you ever think about that part? Also kind of like a wild statement in general to ask someone first thing in the morning. That's like, "Oh, would you like some eggs? Oh, by the way, did I... Gee, I don't know. Kill your parents in your sleep? Like, oops." Or I guess it's more creating something than killing, but fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
Jesus.
It's all
But
of
like,
this telepathic?
social taboo aside.
This is fully out loud,
Except
by the way.
her.
Not telepathically. She does not respond for a link.
Gang.
So even if your conversation is telepathic, everything that she just said is out loud.
Yeah. He's gonna cough a bit. But social taboo aside, that wasn't like a yes or a no. I know what. Not the type
Well,
of
I
like
guess you'll wait 5 years and then find out.
5 years.
Yeah, it takes 5 years for elves to get pregnant. Did you not know that?
I can't say that I've ever.
Make me an intelligence check, nerd.
Yeah,
Raw intelligence check.
Ron
Why-
tells
No
his
bonuses,
baby-
no advantage, no disadvantage.
While you're doing that, Kippy's just like, when you say 5 years, is that like 5 years of intercourse? Like just continual?
No, just 5
or-
years after one time.
Oh my god, that's
Yep. Yeah,
you're
it's
really
a long
banking
five.
it all on one
5?
interaction.
You're
5.
you're unsure how elven anatomy and biology works, but I mean it's coming from Xyrus and from Mischief, who've both lived a very long time. They might be right.
5 years. Well, I mean,
What's your passive insight? Actually, let's see. Both Kipley and yeah, both Kipley and Mammoth. Both of you can tell there is definitely a semblance of a joke being put together here. Duradon not in the moment immediately, as you're more trying to figure out the logistics behind whether it's the truth or not. But you, both Mammoth and Kipley, with a passive insight of 15, immediately settle in. The longer she's talking, the more shit she's probably making up. Yep, I mean, you really don't even have to like finish too. It's just kind of like the act and like desire to do so.
Oh, it just like
elves
makes the sperm kind of like imaginary. It
Well,
just
it's
kinda
not even
brings it
about
in.
it's not even about like the physical aspect. For elves, it's more about like spiritual connection. If it's not there, then they just can't have babies. So why do you think elves don't have a lot of children? You can try and have kids as much as you want, but it's a very hard thing to do.
I mean, it's not hard for anyone else.
Yeah, because it's different biology. You use the physical and just the physical, but we need physical, spiritual, all different sorts of our like 5-bodied selves are put into the act of making a child.
Yeah, that's far too much effort.
I mean, you know, it's a lot of effort, but a lot of elves have to live a long time with a lot of kids, so they try and they try again, and eventually,
It's very pretentious. It's very self-serving. It
Pretentious?
seems.
it's self-serving to have a child.
Very self-serving to have to put so much.
I'm sorry,
of
is
just
bringing a
yourself
life in the
into it.
world too pretentious for you, Kipley? Is it
Just saying,
is it
you
too
know,
much?
if we're going to continue the world on, maybe just get it on a bit more.
So,
Put out
so
a
if a
few
man and a
more.
woman, no, we're gonna leave this point. If a man and a woman love each other very much, or a man and a man with alter self, or a woman and a woman with alter self, or whatever mix-up that might be, loves each other very much, and they try and have a baby, that is a selfish act.
Oh
If
no,
both parties are agreeing to
mostly
it.
just the elves.
Walk me
it
through that.
seems.
Okay, so there's just a racial divide. I see.
Well, I mean, you're the one that was specifically defining how very pretentious their attempts were.
I did not use that word.
No, I know. I'm assigning it based on what you were saying.
Oh, that doesn't make it any better.
I mean, it makes it a little clearer.
Also, you're having this full-blown conversation in front of a child. Is
Mammoth
he from a
understands.
selfish act? I really don't think he does.
Well, he's not elven born.
No, I just think no one's had the birds and the bees talk with him yet.
Oh,
These are a lot of terms being thrown out.
hey Mammoth, do you know how like children are born?
I got the gist.
Gotcha.
So there's a bird and a bee, and there's also a bumblebee, and like a wasp, It's like a lot to go on, right? We don't need to have this
Sex.
conversation.
It's sex.
No, no,
Look,
no, no. Listen. You
Mammoth
have to.
has killed people. I
You have
feel
to.
like
That does not mean he's mature. A 5-year-old can drop a brick from a window and kill someone. Does not mean he needs to know how the world works.
Well, to be fair, he's intentionally killed people, not like
That
a
doesn't make it
accidental.
better.
I don't understand consequences. I mean, if the kid don't have it until probably doesn't work for you. I don't know how or like race ages, but I
First
don't
off,
think you're mature. So
Mammoth shouldn't be subtracting or adding to the population at all as a child.
What?
too
So
late for
let's
one of those
just
things.
let's just leave it at that.
Okay.
The poor
Yeah,
boy.
but
He's not
Ah.
a
it's already
boy.
subtracted.
Well, yes, yeah. No more subtracting. Well, technically, here's the thing. Here's the funny thing I thought of last night. Technically, since you're in the past, and whatever future you come back to is going to be newer, or at least it's going to be hard to be the same kind of timeline. Does that mean that your murders never happened, therefore you've never actually killed anybody yet?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I guess if the memories do it enough. I mean, I could just modify them, kind of snip.
Well, I'm still the same me as I think the.
You have like a lust for blood, Mammoth? You want to kill people? I haven't really gone
no,
what your
not
deal
really.
is.
I mean, I don't like it. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. It's just kind of like, just like kind of bread that like you're not really, you don't have a strong opinion about, but you'll have it if it's there.
I mean, I just kind of. Yeah, I suppose.
It's like a vegetable
up.
side.
It's fucked up.
I
Don't
I
know
guess.
if you really qualify to say what's fucked up or not.
I think I have a very strong sense of self and understanding.
Okay.
When you have multiple people inside of your head, it's kind of, you have to establish a strong sense of what you think is right in the world, or
Who
you
else
kind of
is in
get
your head?
caught up in someone else. I guess saying two, me and Mischief. I guess that's the correct terminology if you really want to
Oh.
be criticizing my words.
Oh, this is
It
Zyrus.
is just her. Yes. I know it's very hard to tell who's talking. I try. She uses my voice to talk.
Yeah,
to all of you.
usually you're not so, carefree. You're usually a little more reserved.
Well, I mean,
It feels like the lines are blurring a bit with you.
I was and have been keeping the secret that I have a dead, semi-dead goddess, semi-dead monarch, whatever you want to call her, inside of my head, like 500 years. So it's kind of nice to just have that moment of release now that the cat's out of the bag.
Wow, 500 years.
Not really far. It's like 400 and something, but you stop counting after a while.
Was any of it good?
I mean, she helped me win wars in the Underdark, yeah. That part about my story wasn't a lie. There's still an ongoing battle between my family and other families who are trying to hold dominance over the populated cities of the Underdark, and well, fuck. I mean, I almost died of poison, and she cured it. She gave me access to things I wouldn't otherwise have, and I mean, a lot of power in general. So yeah, that kind of helps. But you've only known her briefly, and it seems like you don't like her that much. So you can only imagine how I feel.
You don't even like her?
I dislike her. It is kind of like the bread thing I was talking about before. It's there. I don't mind that it's there, but I'm certainly not excited about it.
I get it.
I mean, I feel like Duradon of all people can relate to this the most. Because you've had a lot of people inside your head for a long period of time, right? So you have this understanding that it's not always great having them there when you're trying to have moments alone.
Yeah. I've Yeah, she's right. Especially when like one of the voices kind of drives you to be both lawful and a morally kind individual. You can imagine there's a lot that I do that isn't either of those. Well,
And yeah,
for a while I was really lawful. But good was subjective.
and mischief is mischief, so it's like the exact opposite.
Yeah. See, we get each other on is this trauma bonding? I feel like that's what that
100%.
yeah. I feel fucked up.
I feel like it's only gotten worse. Because from my... Listen, I'm not saying I see and understand everything that you all go through at the like a simultaneous standpoint. However, Mischief is like actively monitoring all of you to a certain extent, and she's currently telling me that I may have stepped into a mood I wasn't aware of previously, and I'm only now getting this.
A mood?
A mood, yes.
We had a move?
What? Define the mood.
I don't know. It seems like something happened before I got here. And you all seem tense, and I didn't notice because I was trying to start the day off with a semi-positive attitude.
Well, what
happens
happened when
for us
you
to
were
be-
coming in is that Duradon was talking about the buns that he put in your oven.
So, if you ever say that again in my presence, I will silence you forever. And I'm not talking about spellcraft. That is extremely inappropriate, and if you ever just say that again, I will forever curse you.
Oh, come
I
on.
do have bestow
We've
curse
said
on my spell
way
list.
far worse things.
That is vile. Truly.
Why am I getting yelled at? He said it.
Buns in the
You
oven?
are-
That's
you-
so,
okay.
like, low
Anything
level.
that comes out of Duradon's mouth does not mean it is acceptable. That goes for everyone in the party. You have guidelines that you have to find in life, child. And if you just copy what other people say, you are going to get yourself in trouble everywhere you go.
You guys were just talking about it for like 5 minutes.
The monarch
Right,
of
but-
mischief,
and I didn't even really
of
get it.
chaos.
That doesn't mean I'm chaos.
I just don't even know. I don't even know.
Okay, just if you hear something that you haven't heard before come out of his mouth in a weird order, just don't repeat it.
You
Just save yourself the
mammoth?
trouble. Yes,
No.
I'm
Oh,
talking to a
mammoth?
child.
Oh, you're talking to the child, but you're referring to me. Gotcha.
I mean, it goes for everyone here. I say a lot of crazy things too when mischief takes over, so yeah, maybe don't repeat things that she says either.
Okay.
That's a little harder
so
to understand
bottom
though. So.
line, just to clarify, you're not pregnant, right?
Fuck no. If I was
Oh.
pregnant, first off, elven pregnancy is very sacred. I was 100% joking prior.
Okay.
It doesn't
so
take 5
pregnant.
years.
So sacred.
Yeah, it's very sacred. So if I was pregnant, I would not be doing any of this. I would
Okay.
be somewhere else nursing until it's past. And I would take care of the child. That would be very different. Also, it is actually very hard for elves to get pregnant, so you're
So okay.
gonna have to try a whole lot more than once.
Dorodon, you're gonna need to put a little more effort in.
Not
I
trying to
know.
have a baby at all.
Strong. Listen, I have to create stronger swimmers. Let's go.
I
Don't repeat
like
that,
what you just said.
Swimmers.
Oh, and now he's learned it. And now he's learned the. Okay. All right. Strongest. Fuck.
I don't got magic, but fuck it. I go
You end whatever you're saying right there. Right there, end it. Just end
Wait,
it.
I have magic. Does that mean that?
No. That means that thought also ends there.
Right.
All right. Okay. Oh. So what's the plan? What are you all up to?
I was kind of like drowsy from trying to understand the kind of formulate the connection um with my walker, and I feel like there's something that I deeply missed, um or maybe that you said we were tense, and kind of Mustang looks like he's going through it.
Mhm.
It feels like, and he kind of just thinks to himself, and he looks to Kipley. Hey Kipley,
Yeah.
not to I don't want you to be offended by this, but it's just a part of the statistics. Did you do a thing that we should talk about that we're not going to talk about for some reason?
Well, no. No, I put everything on the table.
Oh, by the way, for Jared, Durdon was there last time.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you witnessed firsthand crazy Kipley.
Ah,
Just wasn't any immediate interaction because you also weren't physically here.
gang. So I've witnessed crazy Kipley, and to refresh me, crazy Kipley, what exactly was she? Just like mad breaking shit?
Ugh.
Was she
So
trying to?
no, it looked like at first that she was trying to find food, couldn't. She tried to bite at Mammoth, and then Uldrin and Wave restrained her, and
Attempted
she
to.
essentially, yeah, she essentially looked like she was like some type of vampiric creature trying to eat you.
Gang, we gotta talk about it. We gotta talk about it. Has the rest of the party already talked about it, or is this a thing that we've kind of we kind of tiptoe past?
No, it all kind of just happened.
Yes, gang. Cool. Hey, Kipley. Hey, hey.
Her ears kind
Hey.
of pull back.
No. So here's the thing, Kipley. Right? I've only been with this party for it's been a short period of time, right? Can you guess how many times I've seen you specifically do things that are, I don't know, kind of fucked up and kind of strange? Like we can count it on our fingers. I've I've seen you make deals with monarchs of mischief, which is that's the light. I've seen you like lie, like pathologically, like a lot actually. Um, I've seen you turn into one creature that was kind of like okay, cool. That's weird. Um, I've seen another one that was basically like, don't reach into her head, and this is like really scary. Um, and now you kind of look like a vampire. We gotta talk about it. Oh, I'm sorry. And also, there was the thing with um your walker, and that was a weird thing for a while, most recently. So we gotta talk about it, right? At this point, we have to talk about it.
I don't know what to say.
It's bad. It's like
It's so bad. Her gaze kind of drifts back towards Mammoth. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened.
Eh, that's all right.
Oh.
Be a little bit more upset about her trying to kill you.
yeah.
Eh.
Also, the fact that a child is passively okay with almost dying or being consumed,
Yeah, no. Have a little
not
bit
great
more
for his development.
will to live.
Yeah. Gotta say, Mammoth, I promise you, you're gonna look back and be like, Much, this is standard childhood. Please don't fuck your children up mentally because this is not how a typical childhood should be. From someone with a weird childhood. So, just,
Okay.
we're going to further traumatize you too, because none of this is over. Just try to be a different person, or a better person when you grow up. Can't really help it now. Anyway, what's up with your whole shtick here, Kipley? Um, how many weird, creepy, strange beings do you have rolled up inside of yourself, or connected to you, or influencing you?
Oh. I mean, feel like I've made quite a few deals. They always seem to be because I have no choice, but I mean, it's just me in here now. And you see her get like a little teary eyed for a moment. I think Ezrin's gone.
It's a weird bit of logic that you're tied to your twin, but your twin was left behind, and you're here. So have you
It doesn't
been
make
able
sense.
been able to reach out to your patron at all since you got here?
You're saying you want me to actively reach out to them?
Not as have you been able to reach out to them?
I haven't tried.
It's a good question. I guess when I say patron, I now have to ask, like, which one? How many patrons do you have?
I don't know.
It's kind of like, I guess if you sell your soul to enough people, then you just cause like a turf war or something. They all want to have a piece or something. I don't know.
I mean, if you have nothing left to sell, what do you do?
Cyrus just kind of shrugs.
I don't know what to do about this. It feels big, but at the same time, there's nothing we can do about it right now.
I mean, that's not entirely true. I feel like
Really?
understanding is a kind of a large part, because I think it's the same with all of us. It's not just you. I think we often kind of have shit happen and we think, oh, we'll completely explain this later, and then more shit happens and we never really explain all of our circumstances to one another, and so we're never prepared when a consequence of previous circumstances becomes a new circumstance.
Oh, you mean like when your friend Mustang almost blew up? And Mustang just kind of shoots a look immediately over towards Cyrus. Too soon.
Yeah, like that. So, I would suggest before we leave anywhere, I'm not saying that you have to give me every minute detail, the shapes of your most recent shits, the consistency of your piss. I'm not saying you need to reveal every little thing, but the very crucial, important details, maybe about what brought you kind of here that we haven't experienced with you. I feel like that's important to kind of get, so at least we're understanding of, oh my goodness, oh my god, that random person that we have recently just met, that Mustang or Mammoth is currently sweating bullets for. We know it's someone connected to this maybe event in life. So I just think maybe that's more important to do before we leave than anything else.
What?
It's a lot of
But
words to say, not a lot.
oh my god.
I mean, I can
No,
TLDR that for you. I think he just said you need to
go
spill the
for it.
beans, girl.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't, I haven't had a proper shit or piss in multiple days.
I don't think he's asking about the actual, like, movements of your bowels.
Oh,
It was yeah.
I think he wants to know what turned you into this, as opposed to what bodily fluids or disgusting things move through you.
okay. I don't know where to start. I mean, look at me. She like holds up her hand. Is she still gray and shriveled, or?
Yeah, I
She's
mean,
gotten.
it's not as bad as it was before.
Okay.
You are not anywhere close to being to like a humanoid skin tone. It is identifiably like a light gray, past the point of just being pale.
This is. This is what he was trying to avoid, and it just happened anyway. And then we got back here, and I connected with my robot, but it was under really bad terms, and you know, I like to think I'm a pretty good liar when I need to be, but I guess I can't source it out as well as I can give it, and well, I kind of have to release my mechanical bot's soul or whatever before we leave here. Or, you know, he said he's gonna kill me or forever torment my soul. I tried to wheel and deal that out a bit, but he really just wasn't having it. You know, then I started like bleeding from the eyes, and I just kind of didn't feel like battling that one out anymore. So yeah, I just kind of went with it. But But yeah, I think it's gonna be okay. I mean,
Respectfully, I think you need to have like a sit down with everyone that you've just made a deal with and just kind of take tally at this point.
what good would that do?
I'm just saying, do you know if this is from your interaction with Mordred, or if it's from something else, or if it's from your separation with the big BM, or
What, oh, this? And she kind of gestures towards her current color pigmentation.
yeah.
Um,
I think that's what Duradon was more alluding to more than anything else, really.
I think maybe this is more maybe um, a byproduct of the other deal. Yeah. The one, that also kept me from dying. When we were running from the heralds, and she kind of gestures towards Iris.
Right. Has something to do with that, long-legged veil form you took on. I don't think we had a proper sit-down about what that was, mainly because, well, I haven't really had the time to, I guess.
Vander. His name was Vander.
That's not you? It's a guy named Panda?
Yes.
Interesting. Vanda wears a dress and a veil? I'm not judging Vanda, but
Well, no. He was gathering power to a degree to, I think, save his daughter. But he couldn't, and I don't know, he gave it to me instead.
doesn't look like it's a good thing, though. Respectfully decline on that gift, if possible. I mean, if he gave it to you, does that mean he could take it away? Because it doesn't seem like it's a good thing.
Well, I mean, he was just trying to keep his daughter from death, and I guess in a way, it's just, I don't.
Does it benefit you in any?
Some. Yeah. But
Gee, how do you feel about it? I think is the bigger point, because Duradon and Mammoth, and somewhat of myself included, cares about your well-being, and
I don't know. I'm a little. I'm really angry, and I would like some more power.
Oh.
But at the same time, I don't want any of you to die. I don't want to be the reason for it.
Thoughtful.
And I'm like really fucking freaking out about going back looking like this, if we get back at all. That's pretty much the gist of it. But yeah, Mustang's supposed to explode.
Right, I've gotten caught up on that part. I feel like that's a problem that's going to be dealt with, though, because Wave himself said that was going to happen. I think it was like a few days ago he said, like, you know, someone would be here in a few days, so that's probably soon. I feel like that's one of the more solvable issues, opposed to you eating people.
Yeah.
I'm not against it. I've killed people. We all have at this point.
Oh god. Yeah, you see her like lean forward and just elbows on the table and like throws her face into her hands, like fingers fisting in her hair.
Listen, I feel like I have one of the rare capabilities of giving you some sound advice on this, as someone who carries a very powerful being inside of them.
Is it going to cost me any more of my soul?
It seems like it's already, like, you know, it's already there, so I don't know if there's a cost necessarily.
Oh god.
I'm just saying there is pros and there's cons with every contract, gift, curse, blessing, whatever it might be, right? Just depends on how you use it and how you would like to use it. So what you can do in the now and what you work towards for the future. For example, I haven't always been able to cast high-level spells. It's just something that I developed over time. I also haven't been able to, and she snaps her fingers and she changes between the dress midnight form with like the silver chest piece and the red flowing skirt, and then snaps again back into the hunter's coat illusion. Just haven't always
Wait a
been able to
minute.
do that.
Wait a fucking minute.
Dirt on instant erection.
Wait a fucking
Haven't always
minute.
been able to do that. What
You
what are you
had a
interrupting for?
bounty on you. That's why I remembered that fucking the
Not,
other four.
not a clue what you're referring to there, mister.
What the fuck? It was.
By the way, okay, listen. I know I've kind of laid a lot of ground rules in this relationship between you hiring me and us growing over periods of time. I never said that I came from good standing or like I was a moral person. It's just, you know, shit happens. Have a bagel. I don't know. I lost my point because you interrupted me. Good job.
Sorry, it was just that was a very large bounty, and I remember
It
that
was.
was. I was so
That's
excited. It
why
was like,
I had to stay low. There's not many drow on that island, and I had to gain a lot of trust in order to operate there. So if you mention that when we go back there, I may have to kill you. Oh,
that
fuck, I
shit,
could
you
have just gift
fucking
of
familiar.
gabbed that. Shit. I mean, I could just modify memory, I guess. It's a 10-minute span. It's
No!
supposed to cover this.
Stop fucking messing with everyone's memories.
I didn't say I was going to.
No,
I said
but the
I
very
could.
fact that you even considered it.
It's a joke. I can't do it.
It's a
If I could,
terrible
why would I
joke.
even have brought you down to see the underground?
That's Yeah, that's fair. But by the way, I listen. And it might be just because it's me, and I tend not to know how to talk really nice, really good. Um, the the other form, very impressive, very nice, very nice form. I
Are you trying
mean,
to
but
compliment
like,
how I look when I change my outfit? Is that it?
yes, I don't know the proper
What?
etiquette for it.
I'm sorry. What adjectives were you trying to describe me when before the first thing that you said to me was, "Did I pull out?" I feel like you have moments of embarrassment in very like strange places. So you're fine saying certain things, but you don't want to compliment how I look in a dress. Is that what you're saying? In a war skirt?
Yeah, because like
Or
it's
skirt.
that's a war skirt.
I don't
Yes.
actually know the term for what that is. It is a magical item. Actually, I guess I do the actual term for it, but
But like I mean, because it's like
just as good.
I the words don't really work for me when it's about things that I like care not to mess up. So
Mammoth,
it's
this is like prime learning material. What he's doing right now, don't do that in the future if you're trying to have a relationship. The stumbling words, it's not good. A lot
but
of a
like,
lot of a lot of women will not be impressed with this.
but are you?
Um,
Brett?
I don't really want
Impressed?
to
No.
impress women like you.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
oh, God damn!
Someone hold me back. I'm going to hit a child at 9 in the
No,
morning.
no, damn it! Ah, no, bud. This that's even I know that's bad, and I like have the charisma of like a rat, bro. Like
We're
it's
working on tact. It's, he's a
Let's get back to the
child,
main
as you
point, shall
said.
we? Let's get back to the main point. Move away
I just meant
from
like two
me.
people in one body.
What? Oh, that's. I mean, sure, I guess.
oh
Not how
yeah.
you word that, though.
Hey,
Like,
we
if you're gonna.
bad word
No. It's
buddies.
still, like, hurtful, nonetheless. Don't say anything like that to people. That's just bad manners.
All right.
My entire point was lost because you talked about my fucking dress. Um,
It looks nice.
if
You
if
look
it's
nice.
shut
Your
up,
form
shut
looks
up.
Okay.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Alright.
If whatever gift he gave you is useful, Kipley, then use it to an extent, right? If it's not, and its cons outweigh the pros, fix it. Get rid of it, renegotiate, whatever you want. That's that. As for your Mordred situation, I can't speak to that because I wasn't there, so I don't know exactly what you did. All I know is that he got you fucked up. But at least for this part of you looking like you haven't eaten in 5 months, if that works for you, I guess, sure. My only question is, it's like, what if it gives you great power, but then you go back and all of a sudden Vince loses interest?
Don't you say his name.
I'm just saying. Just reminding you of things worth fighting for, or living for, I guess.
I know what's worth fighting for.
I'm sure you do. You've made many deals to live up to that, apparently.
Kipley, like, pushes back against a chair, crosses her arms, and just, like, looks down into the side.
Can we just like make a pact as like a party though, saying that we're not going to make any more pacts while we're in the past? Can we make an agreement on that?
Sure.
So I feel like if you
If
make
you're there to
one
support us
more,
at every point of the way.
well, I'm not going to let you leave my sight once we leave this palace. That's for certain. Second off, I feel like if you make another pact, like a new god of Pax will be born.
The
Oh,
monarch
Because
of
you've had that
Pax.
is
the
that
monarch of
possible?
Pax. I genuinely don't think so, but I'm saying it as an over exaggeration because you made a lot of deals with a lot of people.
Would that make me the new god?
Yeah.
Don't think that's how it
Yeah,
works.
Kipsley would be the
Really?
monarch of Pax. Yeah.
You're way too excited about this.
I
Well,
don't think that
that
that's how
sounds
any of
like a
that
lot
works.
of power.
Just because you say that you're going to give somebody $1 and it is technically a binding contract does not mean you're all of a sudden a patron. Not how that works.
What if I got a lot of packs from other people? Like, made
You can't give
deals?
people power. Unless you can all of a sudden, then by all
Yeah.
means, I guess, start your
Token.
own creepy cult.
Hmm.
There's a joke, by the way. Not encouraging that in the slightest. Got to make that clear.
Yeah, no,
Don't.
jokes, yeah.
I
I
join your cult.
Yeah.
No,
You
no,
need to
Mammoth, don't
have a
join a
sense
cult.
of self and not yes man everything that she says. There's a
I'm
problem.
not. I just think it might be interesting.
No, don't join a
Listen,
cult, Mammoth. God,
child,
please.
do you know what a cult does or is?
I mean, it doesn't have to be a cult.
I mean, isn't kind of that what
I mean,
the vassals are?
religious terminology, I guess, is vague. But if you're giving people power, I feel like that's just going to turn into a cult.
Could be cool.
I don't
Cults
have
are not
to
cool.
give them power. I
It
could
is
just
if
give
you're
them the idea
if
of it.
you're the leader.
Raising a child that saying that absolute power is the #1 cool thing to be. Oof.
I'm not saying it's like the #1 cool thing to be, but it might be worth looking into. Maybe.
Yeah, let's
I'm
not do
just
that.
curious a little bit.
I'm just saying a bunch of people are very vulnerable when they are not awakened, and if you take advantage of that, eh, consequences.
And I could
Consequences.
become the
You
monarch of
literally
Pax.
just got turned into like a half undead. And the first thing you go is, oh, what if I forget consequences are a thing and do another really bad thing? Like, come on, you gotta have some self-respect, some sense of understanding here.
Oh, me?
No, the other undead in the room. Is there multiple undead that I'm aware of?
Well, I think Mustang is one.
Kipling, like, looks
Okay.
between the
Well, yeah,
rest of her party.
kind of gives like a are you kidding me look. He goes, well, he's like it's kind of obvious with him, right? That's different. He's always been that. You
That's
are.
sure.
I feel like I'm just getting lit up for no
No,
reason.
you're not. It's
I think it's
I'm sorry.
no. I was just going to say, I think it's important for us to define what it is our goal is, ultimately.
Sure. For one, would love to cure mischief so I can get her out of my head. That would be great. That is my
Oh,
goal.
wait.
I'm not saying that as like a party goal. I'm just saying if we are all stating what we are wanting to do in the future, that is my entire thing. Is I would like to get
Whoa,
her out.
whoa.
Did you just realize this?
What? Wait. Yes. We have to cure
Well, there you go.
mischief to get her out of your head? Does that, like, separate you
Well,
from
I'm
her
not saying
entirely?
you have to do it. I'm
No,
just
no.
saying.
I don't mean that as in it's a burden. I'm saying it more like,
Well,
how do we help you?
It's something that I had on my mind when we had this entire arrangement, and she asked me to do this in the first place, is because I've never had the thought of freedom before. I've just kind of taken on this burden to help my house, to help myself live, and in a very similar manner to you, Kipley, kind of been forced to kind of deal with her all this time, because if I don't, then I would have perished. which I've had to rely on a source that is bigger than me so that I can keep existing in a world that is unforgiving. However, you were given a year of time to cure yourselves. I was thinking maybe that in that proxy, if you find a way to cure yourselves, you could maybe cure me, or just, her entirely, and then that would be great.
Wait, I I thought we were just here to fix mischief.
Well, yeah, I guess breaking your bond is kind of fixing her, but I think breaking your bond was like the minimum acceptance, and fixing her as a whole was kind of like the ideal. It's like a
Oh,
scale of like, I could
okay.
be wrong. I don't know.
Well, I mean, either way, you're one of us. Yeah. Sure, of course. We'll do what we can to help you.
I know that probably didn't mean a lot coming from you, but just know that good, 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 good to know.
No, like, really. Really, we don't have to leave here until we fix you.
We have a year. We only have a year. So
Oh, moving on. Child, mammoth.
Mm.
I remembered your name. Took me a second. What, what is your goal for the year that you're here?
Uh, I want to go talk to the druids and get a new rock, and
That
that's
sounds.
basically it.
Wow. Okay, that sounds like it could be done
Oh,
in a
and
day.
the mimic or mistress stuff,
Mistress?
like getting her out of my head and all that.
Oh,
Yeah,
mischief.
mist. That's what I said.
You said mistress. That's like two different things.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. We are on the same boat in that. Duradon. Yeah. What do you want to do? What's the main number one for Dury? Oh, don't like that nickname. Immediately scrapping it.
I mean, you could call me whatever cute nickname you want
Stop.
to, but okay. Just kind of to live. I'm gonna be so honest with you. The larger my aspirations and goals have been, generally speaking, the more fucked I've been. So like, it used to be just kind of survive, and I was good for so many years. And then I got tasked with helping Kipley, and fucking shit, it just plummeted. Like life got so bad, so fast, so quickly.
Kipley's ears just like kind of drop and bend backwards.
Such a brutal thing to say when they're right there.
Uh, it's honesty. At this
Like,
point, I
it's
just have to
true,
be
but come
honest.
on, man.
That's so fair, and it's not all Hipley's fault, to be fair. Um, but like the higher the aspiration, like I was then like, oh, I have this weapon. Let me see how far I can get with this lovely blade that has a fantastic personality, and then I lose Hurma, and so I I I effectively bonded only to give myself new trauma, and then I was like, oh, I'm gonna die for the cause of saving Kipley, and that was apparently a big ask, because I did die to my father and my mentor, and then I died to some more people. I died again. So at this point, it's just pretty much not to die. I'm perpetually doing what is necessary not to die. That's the only goal I have,
That's
and if I can do that, and step outside of the comfort of surviving just a little bit, I think I also am now responsible for protecting Ironwoods. But that's assuming that I can live long enough to do the thing. Um, but you know how that goes.
gotta get like a death ward, like trinket on you, something there, bud.
Well,
Yeah, I don't have magic, so I'm pretty much fucked.
I mean,
This is
I can physically cast Death Ward. That is something I can do, so I'll keep that in mind for the future. Because I feel like you were strong enough that you didn't need it, and I feel like I haven't been there when you have died. So that might be a correlation on my part for just trusting that you won't get yourself into situations where you'll get killed. And you know what? I'm not taking like full responsibility here because you put yourself in those situations. Partially on me, maybe, for a primary clerical background not being next to the person who likes to throw himself at monsters for a living.
it's life. It's life. No one should feel bad about it. I don't.
It's
I don't have the
actually,
energy to.
it's actually death. And a lot of it, but I mean, the flip side, maybe, Dordon, maybe that's like your superpowers.
Can't die.
You can't die.
I mean,
No, no,
yeah,
no, no. If I couldn't die and came back without consequence, then I'd call it a superpower. But each time, I've gotten myself in worse and worse situations.
I
Like
mean-
it's
Kipley's like, she like holds her hands up, shoulders up, and she just like gestures to herself. She's like, yeah.
It's
oh,
like
but
one
here's the thing.
normal dude in this party, and it's a child, and that's
Yeah,
that's stressing the normal part.
yeah. But you get magic for yours, Kipley. I've gotten fucked. No lube.
Well, I mean,
Just fucked.
yeah. She gestures towards Cyrus.
Hey, yo, listen, not what he meant, but also true.
Yeah. Oh well. Whoa. I mean,
You do
But
have a
also-
child out of all of this.
That is true.
yes.
Technically,
And I received after losing literally everything on my person. I was
That is
naked.
That
I
is
was absolutely
it was a
fucking naked.
great like 60 seconds.
You liked it.
Being naked, I don't mind it, but being stripped of like everything I owned, that wasn't really good.
No. No, it really sucks to be stripped to that base nature, but at the same time, isn't it kind of freeing? To start over?
I mean, I'm sure it would be if I had magic, but I have to reiterate that although I'm awakened, on the scale of awakened people, I am just a guy that has had enough
Oh,
trauma.
whoa.
and pain.
Okay, listen. Can I get real with you for a second, Duradon? Because you keep
Please.
saying you don't have magic, and I have to tell you, that's just straight up a lie. You can't use magic to cast spells. But if you think a normal dude who's awakened and does like exercises routines, like you do like sit-ups, push-ups, or whatever your favorite thing is, if you put that dude in front of a cannon and a cannon shoots him in the chest and he's gonna live because he's done sit-ups and push-ups for a living, you're fucking
Yeah, I got shot in the
stupid.
chest, and I don't do any of that stuff.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I'm saying is that your awakened body is already using magic in its own way, especially when you rage, because then you have cannonballs that reflect off of your abdomen. That doesn't happen to people. If that
Oh,
happened to
no.
me, it would go through my chest.
I'm not saying that like I'm like not a unique and special person.
Right, but like you do
Like,
have
awakened.
gifts, and it does involve the magic of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, like put some respect on your name.
The last time I did that, I
Not
I
actually, maybe, because I know
Yeah,
that
I
is a
was-
complex of something that you have to deal with. Anyway, do you have any like major plans, Kipley? I feel like we slightly touched some of yours previously, but like besides Ravinica, because that's not gonna happen. I mean, it might actually. That's a good question.
Oh, you're going to Ravinica.
Wait a
Go
minute.
to
No,
fucking-
pause. I'm just thinking about this now. Because I didn't think about this before. Because that was kind of like in the back subset of my mind of what I'm dealing with. Technically, it's still here, right?
I mean, as far as I know, that's what I was trying to get at when I was asking questions of them earlier without, giving
I mean, you
away
could just
all the
ask.
shit. Well, yeah. I don't
feel like
think they like me very much.
probably something that you can still do while you're here. I mean, they did say, like, the gods' children are roaming the earth, and, like, all their pets and monsters. What if one of them is Ravinica?
How would I find them?
I'm sure that there is a way. I don't
What
know how
is the
stealthy
way?
or incognito a walking island could be.
Oh. You think it's a walking island?
I think so. Didn't they say that it was a place that, like, moved?
Yeah, I kind of assumed it was like this thing that was just outside of the...
It could be a monster. I'm
Oh.
not sure. All I know is what
Man.
Mischief told me, and when you researched together back in the library.
I'm never gonna find it.
We can do that. I feel like that's on the more doable side of things. Right, well, everyone has their goals.
What about everyone else? Anyone else have any goals they want to do? 1,000 years in the past? However the many fucking years we are?
Yeah, I want to go to the Druid Grove.
To Druid Grove, great. Where's that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Anyone else?
I think it's the same as Duradon's place, though.
Oh, what's that?
I
The woods.
I don't know. Yeah.
Great.
Sure.
Okay. Is there a library in this huge fucking mansion?
I would presume so.
We could probably just ask Wave.
Yeah.
Maybe Mustang can ask him.
My bell doesn't work,
guess.
if you remember. And he picks up his silver bell, rings it. Nothing happens.
Okay.
We're not
We're
exactly on
looking
speaking terms.
You need to put a little more effort in.
I'm not having that conversation.
Well, then that's a choice as well.
Correct.
Okay. Just saying, in the future, you're not going to be able to look back on this and have any kind of regrets or anything.
I am only currently full of regret. And they pick up the cloche and then pull out like 5 more shot glasses.
Alright. Well, I already rang my bell. Anyone else want to ring theirs?
Oh, is this the one-time bell that we have to summon Wave?
Yeah, but it's like once a day.
Do you know that?
No?
Just assuming it won't work? Okay.
Well, I don't really know how it works at all.
I wasn't given a bell, so I don't know, and I can't identify it.
Kimberly, pulls her bell up, looks at it, rings it.
A few moments pass. Puff of mist appears about 5 feet from you. You see Wave in the midst of what looks like flipping through a ledger. Not even looking up, goes, "What do you need?"
Did that work?
I think I expressly told you that if you needed something, you would ring. Is this just like a test, or?
Well, no, we actually want to talk to you, but why didn't Mustangs work earlier?
I have no idea what you mean.
Mustang
They just
rang.
kind of shoot a look where they share eye contact for a second between Wave and Mustang. What can I help you with?
Oh, okay. Well,
Don't get too excited. What do you need?
we are looking for druids.
The
Why
druid room.
are you looking for druids?
So we can go visit
Because
them.
So you can what?
So we can go visit them.
Okay. For what purpose?
I don't
Well-
like learn things. And I need a new rock for my, so I can do magic and stuff.
Right.
Pretty sure
so
the druids have one.
I was gonna go over that with everybody when I got back, but I guess we can do this now. I know a lot of you came here with equipment, or at least a lot of you had equipment prior to getting here, since the majority of you were presumably on the way to some sort of prison, because you were in chains when you were in the audience hall with Aldrin. And it looked like you were stripped down to the essentials, so I was going to offer to start a course of sorts between me and Noel, where we would teach you how to make your own arcane focuses. At the bare minimum, I feel like that would be important for you to know how to do, so that in the future, if this happens again, you can do it by yourself. And also, it's important to have that so you can cast spells functionally. And he looks towards Mustang, who just kind of has the guitar slowly strumming at his side.
I.
I'm not
Okay.
saying we're going to replace everything you lost, but at the very least, we can provide you with something. Now, I would not recommend just blindly visiting a grove. I don't know what experience you could say you have with druids in your time. Just
I
about
am a
every-
druid.
Right. I meant other druids of your time.
Oh,
There are none.
Correct. Well, I don't know. I
there's
can't
like
say if that's
one
correct or not.
at least.
My point is, the current atmosphere is that of war at the moment. Not between people and druids, but the land itself versus what is left behind with the divinity that was left here. So, groves aren't the most safe place to be, since a lot of them have secluded themselves away from society. I can tell you where it is, and if you would really like to go there, I can ask Aldrin. You probably are going to need a chaperone. But I would not suggest just going there yourselves. It would probably not go well in case things went bad. Especially if you try and bring an undead into the grove. No offense.
Oh, why they don't like those?
They are the,
Notoriously, no.
like,
Oh,
epitome of what is against nature. Druids find the circle of life to be very sacred, and when people try and screw it over, especially through arcanic means, like turning themselves into undead, that is like the biggest spit in the face to a druid. At least those who are firm in their beliefs. So unless you got something to disguise yourself with, or disguise what type of creature you are, you would not be safe, most likely.
Right, were we
That
gonna
goes
do
for
that?
half the party. Actually, well, half of your party.
We were gonna go get a new thing for Kipling,
I said an
so that
arcane
she's not all
focus.
gray and gross.
I don't know what you're talking about. What new
Uh,
thing?
I don't really know what it is. Could somebody help me out here?
Like the heart pumper?
Yeah.
Right, you mentioned something of a similar device when you first came here. I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't know how much good that's going to do if it doesn't look like you have meat on your bones.
Hmm.
I can make it. I'm not saying I won't. I'm simply saying that it will make you look like you are semi-alive, but you are missing a large percent of body weight. So, and if those fangs pop out while you're there, I'm just saying. Anyway, I'm not going to make it sound like this isn't something that you should do 100%. I'm just warning you ahead of time because it would be inconsiderate if I didn't. Considering last time I didn't warn you, you made a pact with a walker that forced you to almost kill yourself. I mean that with no disrespect, that is just what happened.
Yeah, no, that's always what it is. Okay. Well, that doesn't mean Mammoth still can't go and visit them.
I
Right, and
would
isn't Duradon now the protector of them or something?
The protector of the Ironwoods. Yes.
I mean, that is a title of which you have no real standing on, respectfully.
Yeah. No. Like I wouldn't just go there and be like, "Ha! This is now my shit." Like I feel like research is very important, and also if the Ironwoods have protectors now,
They
then
most certainly do.
yeah, my responsibility may be in the future.
Hmm.
There is a circle of iron that currently lives, and it would be rather foolish to walk up and state that you are one of them when you have no proof and no ability to back it up because you cannot cast spells. Nor do you
Yeah.
know anything of druids, I assume.
Uh, how they die. That's pretty much it.
And well, you do get an immediate voice in your head of going like, I mean, well, that's not totally true. You do have a druid inside of you, and to an extent, I can be of service. Somewhat.
That would be fantastic. I'm sorry you can't hear the mental conversation wave. I am forever trapped with the soul of an archdruid, or sorry, the memories and soul. It's kind of weird. Of an archdruid who allowed me to kill him. So
Or you can pass a written test on what it's like to be a druid.
yeah, but I have no magic, so it feels pointless.
All right, well, um, if you are simply looking for where it is on the map, I can mark it for you. Um, Getting there is another thing. Seeing how you live once you get there is a totally another thing. I would highly suggest at the bare minimum that you get arcane focuses for those that need to cast spells first so that you can defend yourselves, if at all, when trouble arises.
Um, in the spirit of arming ourselves, is there like an armory around here for us martial folk?
Sure. I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't think there's anything that would benefit you here. At least none that would be willing to be borrowed.
Got you. That's
I say
fair.
that as someone who knows full well your capability after the brief explanation I got, that you can create fakes of what you hold. And while that is an extraordinarily powerful ability, and that means you really don't need the arsenal, because, well, copying a legendary item or artifact is certainly not something we're just going to hand out for free. You do not have our full trust, and respectfully, I don't think you have earned any of that, even if Uldren said yes.
Or that's yeah.
But good news is that if you are going to be headed in the direction of the Iron Thicket, or at least the Circle of Iron, it is on the way to Relin, so well, it's not directly on the way, but it wouldn't be too far out of your way. As he marks a little X on your map.
Great.
So I forget who has a map, but you do all have there is at least one person here who does have the physical map of Eris on them. I think it might be Duradon. I don't know.
I have it.
Oh, Mammoth has it. Perfect.
I see
He
it way down there.
Yeah, he grabs it, quickly marks a little spot, and goes, "That's where you will find the grove. It is only accessible by land, as everything else around it is overgrown into a mountainside cavern. There's only one entrance. You really cannot miss it. It is not like they are exactly trying to hide what they are in. Because of the tree's durability, it is basically like a fortress."
Cool, thanks.
Again, you're gonna have to have someone go with you. Personally, I do not think I will have the time, nor do I think I will be a good candidate to go there, as they will most likely share an aversion to me, as was they would Ghibli.
Do you have any like friends that would like help us out?
We'll find somebody.
All right. Well, thank you.
Anything else? Well, then I have work to get back to, so I can help with yet another problem that has been put on my plate.
Thank you.
You know how to get to me. And he just evaporates into mist. Like, doesn't even bother to turn away. It just drops to a nice little chill. You see Cyrus kind of goes, "Oh, I was going to ask a question, but fuck me." Well, what a wonderful fellow.
Okay.
So I know Mustang has to get his humanoid on. But outside of that, do we have anything else? Oh, well, I guess. Can I borrow that bell? She holds out her hand towards Ghibli.
Well, no, it's my bell.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ring it.
What? No, because then he's gonna get super pissed off that I keep ringing the bell all the
You're done.
time.
She holds her hand
Hmm?
for Sturdon. Gimme. Gimme the
Yeah, Duran gives her the bell.
bell. She takes it immediately, rings it. A moment goes by, and it's like if the air could sigh before the actual breath itself touched it. There's just this like almost fog-like cloud that's just rain above it, drips ever so slightly onto the floor as Wave appears once more and goes, yes?
It wasn't
You
me
see,
this time.
Cyrus goes, he peers by Cyrus, and he goes, right, you said you're going to make them arcane focuses. I just want to like get like a clear layout of when we're going to do that, just in case we have to leave early. He goes, you're not going to leave early. We're waiting until my associate arrives so that they can promptly fix Mustang. Fix the problem they're facing. He goes, right, but like, could we start making focuses now? Or why don't you go visit Noelle and go from there? I'm sure she can walk you through that process. Thank you. That's all. And then Wave just vanishes back into smoke. Doesn't even wait to ask if they need anything else. Just pops. I figured someone should ask it.
Ask what? What were we asking?
Oh, about focuses, because you can't cast spells right now, can you? She looks towards Kipley.
Oh, Kipley looks and tries to cast Eldritch Blast.
Where are you trying to fire Eldritch Blast?
She just points towards the wall.
You go. Point towards the wall. Two beams slam into the perfect, beautiful marble interior and leave not like a massive indent or anything, but just scorch marks on the wall.
Ooh. Ugh.
Okay, you gotta like have certain spells have certain components, and if you don't physically have the component, an arcane focus replaces it. Eldritch Blast, guess what? Doesn't have a component to it. So yeah, I guess you could cast like some spells, but if you try and cast literally anything else, it will fail.
I don't. Okay.
Like Mammoth, like you, maybe don't go firing off bolts into the air, but like, can you cast anything that doesn't involve exploding?
Yeah, I'll try to cast infestation.
Infestation. Are you gonna cast it on Cyrus?
No, can I like cast it like in the air?
You can cast it in the area.
Yeah. I mean, I'll try.
You try. You try and imagine a little swarm, and for a second you see as like a little flicker of almost like bluish, purplish magic begins to kind of flicker into existence and then pops out just as quickly as it arrived. As it does have material components to it.
No, I got nothing.
Oh. Oh wait, this is a good thing. This means I can still draw on my patron. That means she's still here in this time, right?
Listen, I'll be so real with you. There's a very like complex warlock-patron relationship. It's not like a constant feed of power. It's more like they just give it to you. I'm not saying that to discourage you from her being like alive, but I'm just saying like, don't get your hopes up.
Wait, she just gives me the power?
as someone that, got their power. I don't want to say it's a patron relationship because she's inside of my head, but,
Like, I just have it. I don't.
it's part of the bargain, right?
I don't know.
Keeps
That's the
giving
whole
you more and
point. I
more.
don't know fuck all about it.
Man, see, this is why, like, a lot of warlocks don't, like, research before they do and make their, like, lifelong pacts and contracts and stuff.
I
You
was
gotta
like
do some research.
6.
I know, I'm just saying this out loud because I feel like I've seen a lot of people make bonds over the years and they don't think about it. So it's not directly at you, it's just kind of like a direction of warning, I guess, for future.
Okay,
I mean, you
but
say that. No. You say that. But didn't you literally just make a bad deal not but like a few days ago?
well, yeah, but it
I feel like
was
if you research
really.
if you try and research the creature more, or like you try and understand like what
What?
leverage you can
When
have,
would I
there's
have researched when I was in the middle of bargaining for my life?
all that. Anyway, that's not important. I feel like I'm just shooting an injured animal at this point. Um.
Oh.
Oh God. I just realized something.
What?
We're like 1,000-something years in the past.
You just realised that?
I'm not going to be able to buy bullets, am I?
Well, you have to learn to
Might
make
be
bullets.
a problem. I am a resourceful, intelligent, and somewhat wise individual, Doridon. I've lived for a very long time. Never once has it occurred to me to think about how I make the weapons of which I kill people with. Never mind the ammunition.
Is that the only weapon you're good with?
No, I'm just saying that is like my only range capability.
I thought
It's
you were
not
a
my
spellcaster.
I very much am. But when my spells run out, you gotta have a backup plan. Otherwise, that is simply just careless.
We can get you a sling.
I'm sorry?
Like a
You need to
slingshot.
sling stones at things.
I mean, that's essentially what you do in your weapon, is it not?
No. One creates a miniature explosion inside of a metal barrel, the other throws a 2-pound stone, not even at a creature, 100 times its size.
I mean, I've heard stories where people have taken down giants with that kind of
Sure.
thing.
Sure. That's a like an F plot that I don't have to worry about at this point in time, so moving on.
Druid Grove! Oh no, we gotta get focused first.
Let's make some focuses. I feel like we gotta get some focus in our lives. Also, how are you even gonna get to the Druid's Cove? You're saying Druid's Cove, you don't know how to get there.
Yeah, we have it on the map.
Yeah, how are we? You're thousands of feet in the air right now. I actually don't know that. It could be hundreds. But like, we don't even know where we're going.
No, we've got.
I'm sure when they drop us off, they're not gonna literally drop us off. I'm sure they'll have some way to take us down.
We
I'd be
we
so real
have
with
our
you.
little flying things.
Right. It sounds like they didn't want us to immediately go. So if we're going before that, gotta have that. I'm speaking as someone who literally has like a creature of chaos inside of them. If you're going to go behind someone's back, you gotta have a plan, or at least they gotta be cunning enough to make something up as you go. So you gotta think about these things.
I didn't want to go behind anybody's back.
Right. Did you forget the whole Mustang thing going on right now, where he's not allowed to leave until they fix him?
I mean,
Yeah,
it's like
I
a
did
couple
forget
days,
that for a second.
right? No, we didn't forget. It was just, sleight of mine.
feel like it's what forgetting is. Hey, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying if you're going to do it, be smart about it.
Alright, it's a few days, right? We're just waiting a few days until they get here and they can help fix Mustang.
Sure.
Yeah. Plus, we also have to get new focuses.
I'm sure that's going to take like a couple hours. How hard could it be?
I have
Smash
no
that
idea.
into the lobby. Okay.
Is the map on the table?
Mhm.
Okay, we're like way over here. X is
Yeah, no, so
way
if
over
you want like an
here.
actual representation, I think the map is accurate in miles. You are 110 miles away, roughly, from where the grove is right now.
Oh, that's not that far.
Right. You say that. This is assuming that you're going to be able to fly there.
I was about to say
Oh.
110 miles in a normal car is still
Like,
a
if you go by
It's like
land,
a couple hours.
if you go by land, that turns into 223, roughly, give or take.
How does the amount of miles increase? Because like up and down through mountains and side to side and shit.
I'm going with pathways that are traversable.
Okay.
Do you see where everything gets lighter on the map and then it gets darker?
Yeah, I thought that was like ocean.
It is elevation, correct. So
Oh.
everything that is white is infinitely, not infinitely, but like it scales up into ranges of mountain ranges.
Okay, and then
So
the
to
blue.
go
So
to just go
water,
through
though, right?
them would take long. Yes.
Shit. But
You
again,
are
though, why are we
currently
not
at
just
like
flying there?
Hmm?
Why are we not just like flying there in a couple days?
For one, they did not say that they were going to fly you there. This is essentially like a side quest. So he said that you can do it, but they're not going to airdrop you in. And also, you would be flying next to two major cities in order to do that.
Which they don't want to do.
Like above character, correct. Like out of character, straight up, he said prior that when you were going to Relin to begin with, that they weren't going to fly you there. They said that they would get
Oh.
you to the nearest city and drop you off like a few, like like 50-ish miles away from there, so you could make it there in like a day or two, and then get transportation to Relin from there.
Mm.
But to fly you across would mean passing about 4 to 5 major populations, of which have never seen a massive fucking dragon before, and it's the time of war, where there's a lot of dangerous creatures.
What if we went like straight down first, and then to the right?
Hey, you wanna go off the map?
No. I just want to go like right to right there, and then we cut a hard 90 and go here.
Listen, if you want to try and persuade them, you can try and persuade them. You need to persuade me. This is
Okay, but
coming
would
from
that go in like city? Like, would that? Would we be able to avoid major cities and shit?
Yeah, naturally. At least none that are all the known cities. Yes. How to measure distance. Freak out. But yeah, no. That was said like it's been like a month, so that's a good point of refresher. The initial thing, the whole complication about getting to Relin was that you're not supposed to use your walkers to get there because that will draw attention, and that they can't fly you there because that will draw even more attention. And also, Relin is a city of mages. Definitely not someone where you want to fly a massive dragon with a palace on its back to. Never mind the fact that all of you are in the presence of a being who, while he fought for like divinity, does not mean he's well loved amongst the people. You don't know his current relationship and or standing in the world. So if you want to ask him, you can bring it up. But plan from the get-go was to drop you off somewhere.
Okay.
But I'm also not going to make you RP every single day of travel.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, is there anything that you guys would like to do before you are craft arcane focuses? Because this will be a skill challenge going forward.
Oh gosh.
I'm just gonna let you do it. Come on, where's the fun in that? You gotta learn.
Um. Nope, I got nothing.
Duradon, Mammoth.
No, I'm good.
All right.
Oh, beauty.
So you make your way eventually down to the workshop back where you know your walkers are stored, and two, where Noel's forge primarily is. And you can see as you get down there, this time Zyrus actually in tow, following you around. You see as you get down there, there is Noel's having a conversation with a figure that you actually haven't seen before. You see there's this humanoid figure, roughly about like I want to say anywhere between like 5'6", 5'7". She appears to be of the humanoid persuasion. However, it is very evident that they are not human. Um, as you can see, even from this distance, there is some sort of appendage or some sort of strangity coming out of their hair that is perking up a little bit. It doesn't quite look like tabaxi or like leonin ears or anything like that, but two like long, um, pointed ends coming out of their head. They are wearing kind of like rougher looking clothing. You can see like a jacket with looks to be a lot of wear and tear on it. Not like a Forge Master apron, but definitely like some sort of adventurer's gear. Um, I see a little bit of like paler skin. Potentially looks like on the more malnourished side. But as you approach, you can see Noelle kind of perks up hearing you all arrive, and you see the figure. Doesn't like fully turn to acknowledge you yet, but does kind of just give like a step away so that she can greet you. And you see Noelle goes, "Oh right, what are you coming down here for? You're looking to bond with the walkers some more. Ready to sit for an hour so you can fall 40 feet from the top of it again?"
No.
That is a smart answer, young man. What can I do for you?
Oh, me? I don't know. I think we're
Wait,
getting focuses.
all of you came down here. Oh, you came to make focuses.
Yeah.
Sure, sure. I think Wave did mention that to me. That can be done. Um. Oh, before I forget, I didn't think we had the proper time to introduce you before, because they weren't around. But this is my little trainee, my apprentice, Rowan. Rowan, this is the crazy individuals who are going to be living here for a while. All of you can play nice together, I am sure. But she is essentially my pride and joy. I don't get many people who are interested in the art of blacksmithing because no one really wants to make the weapons, they just want to wield them. And honestly, not a bad idea for you to watch us make arcane focuses if you want. It's gonna be probably like a few days processing of these guys. No offense. I don't think any of you are proficient in the tools to do so, so it's mainly going to be
Um,
me walking you through shit.
I'll learn how to do blacksmithing stuff.
Right, don't say these things and then you not commit to them. 'Cause you get me excited. I'm a very excitable person. I also can very easily be let down.
No, I mean somebody has to in our group, right? That's gotta be.
That's a smart thing. I'm not for like repairs and stuff, sure. I will say it will take like months and months of your time to learn these skills, probably.
Well,
It's
I
not like
have
the easiest thing. It does
wealth.
take a little bit of strength and, constitution too.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good to me.
I just need to be sure because if you say this and you don't do it, I will be upset. Are you asking this of me or are you just saying that's something that you're interested in?
Well, I started out just as an interest, but will you tell me more about what it would be like?
You see like the most genuine like smile cross Noelle's face. It is genuinely like a mom when their kid asks about like their favorite interest and they get a spiel about it. She's like, "It would be my honor. I'm holding back tears. Oh,
Uh,
fucking
oh,
Roy, introduce yourself. I gotta go get some sort of cloth. Hold on. If I wipe my face with this apron, it's gonna be messy." And she runs off. You see the figure turns around. She goes, "Hi, um, my name is Rowan. Uh, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. I've heard apparently terrible things, but it will be nice to be working together, I guess. If you're crafting things and such." And there, I forgot to actually post the image I gave description. Um, now see like up close when you approach. Those two little things popping out of head, very much like longer animal ears.
Ooh.
yes.
Um, and Kipley, you want to go ahead and give me a. I'll say you can either make it a survival or a history check. Um, Either could be at advanced. You know what? I'll do Arcana or survival. Excuse me.
Ow.
Survival 15. Okay, at 15, already good enough. Um, you you have run into many different types of humanoids and peoples before. Um, but it is very rare when you come across, at least in your experience and lifetime, it's very rare when you come across what looks like to be another type of shifter. But you immediately see the bestial aspects with the majority of a humanoid appearance. And you can tell this looks like someone of a similar kin to yours.
Um, she just kind of tilts to the side a bit. Her head kind of lifting, sniffing the air, her ears twitching, and don't know why I went Irish, but
It happens to the best of us.
her head her head tilts a bit, and she just kind of gives a small wave.
So you're crafting focuses, right? Are you learning how to craft them, or am I crafting things for you?
Can you teach us?
I think Noel would probably be better to teach you than I, but I
How
know how to
long?
do it. I just haven't had to
How long do
make
you
a
think it would
focus before.
take to teach someone?
Oh, probably like a few weeks for most people.
Oh wow, that's
I mean,
way
that,
better than
that's
I thought.
being generous. most awakened are pretty alright at picking things up. So it normally only takes them a few weeks to learn most things, but it's not that hard making a focus. It's just knowing the right materials and what specifically you need, all that kind of things.
Do you have a clan?
I'm sorry?
A clan? A family?
Oh. Oh, you are. Are you? Yeah, it takes a second to look at you. He goes, are you asking if I have a last name or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a last name.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it's just a very weird way of you asking it. I'm not trying to sound cryptic or anything. It's just
No, it's okay. I'm not
not many people
real
ask for
good with people.
a clan name.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you a shifter?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. Sorry, I didn't. It took me a second because it doesn't show right away, but your
Yeah.
ears.
I've been through a little shit recently. But yeah.
Ah. Right, I'm from well, my pa is a Herringon, and my ma's a Longfoot shifter. So I guess you could say my full name is Rowan Longfoot, but it's I don't really like using it too often because it just brings about a lot of rabbit jokes.
Yeah. I could see that.
How about yourself? You part of a clan or a larger collective?
Uh, yeah.
Normally people call it families, by the way. Not like I haven't heard like a clan before, unless it's like a proper, built-up establishment.
Well, uh, I mean, yeah, I guess it's more of a colony type thing, but yeah. I know a Rowan.
You know a Rowan?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, it's probably totally just, a common name. Just,
Is it? I mean, I really don't know. I don't meet a lot of people.
it's from another, time in my life, our lives. It's,
I got you. It's understandable. I don't think I actually got any of your names, by the way. I was just introduced to you as weird people. My name's Rowan Longfoot. You are Calican Kipley.
I still was up the, oh no. Yeah, it's Kipley.
Just Kipley, alright. Kipley, you... Small child. Are you an adventurer?
Yep.
I think I just keep getting younger and younger. What is your name?
Mammoth.
Mammoth?
Yep.
And how about you, Mr. Tall and Handsome? Sees Cyrus goes, Jiradon, and I'm Cyrus. Nice to meet you. Right. Okay. No.
Yeah, what she said.
Well, I can certainly help anyone who, Noelle currently isn't helping. And, Do you guys have do you know like what materials you want to be your focuses to be made of, stuff like that? I can go fetch them from the back.
I was thinking like a tattoo maybe.
Oh, a tattoo.
Yeah, so I don't have to like deal with. I can just, I've always got it. I don't have to worry about
Do you
losing
think
it
your
again.
parents would approve of a thing?
Oh, my parents are dead.
Oh, it's. I feel like I walked into that myself.
Yeah, it's like a whole thing, but it's fine. It's fine.
Sorry about that.
No, I don't
Are
mind.
are these your guardians then? Just kind of gestures to Kipley and Duradon. You see,
Uh,
Mustang is like floating behind all of you, but it's just kind of gingerly leaned up against the wall, still slowly strumming.
I mean it. I wouldn't. Do more of the guarding. I would say.
Really, do you now? I'm sure you do.
Yeah, because they all get beat up a whole ton.
I mean, yeah. I mean, tattoos. It's more of you have to find a specialist to do that, more than anything. But I'm sure Noelle could. I mean, she might be able to mark you, but I don't think it'd be considered a tattoo.
Would it? Would it be like permanent?
Yeah.
Like what would marking do?
Have you ever seen an animal that belongs to someone and they have like certain family crests on them?
You want to burn it in? Oh, God damn it.
I know it's contagious apparently.
I'm aware of it. Yeah.
They have we have one of those. At least we have a few of those that you could do it hot or cold. You can either burn it in or chill it in.
What's the difference?
I mean, chilling kills all the skin away from where you burn it in. It's a little bit more of a sear and pain, and it leaves a blackened scorch mark. And searing it leaves also a blackened scorch mark, but it's like a burn mark more than an actual like freeze.
Which one looks cooler? It seems like the freezing one would be cooler. Yeah.
I haven't actually gotten either because my hair and I got a little bit of fur. It's a bit thick. But they both hurt really bad. So it would be really up to your own decision.
For how long?
Probably a week or so. I mean, well, a few days it's gonna be like, painful, but you'll eventually get better, of course. Maybe a little bit of swelling. And you see Noelle kind of like hops over and he goes, "Are you talking about branding the child?" She goes, "Well, no, I was just saying, it's if he wants
Yeah.
it. You're not really equipped to do tattoos, and I don't really know how to either. And specialist, you have to go into a city for that, and I don't know if they want to." And she, what, she cuts her off. Just listen, Mammoth. I'm gonna be very honest with you, my dear child, my young apprentice, as you are made to be.
Yeah.
Needlework is something that only a select few people can do in the world. It's extraordinarily rare. I can't do it. Can brand you, like Rowan said, it will be extremely painful.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright. You're a grown boy, you can make decisions for yourselves. I will say, we can do that. For everyone else, what materials would you like? If you're going to be making a focus, it's normally good to make it on something that is similar or like based on a tool that you're going to be using like everyday life. Like for let's say you got a prosthetic hand, you can make it a finger or you can make it the hand itself. if you got a necklace you always wear, or you got like a piece of a ring that you're attached to, or something like that, it's better to inscribe it on an object rather than on yourself. You know, on yourself it's permanent, and while it's convenient, it can be removed and it will be painfully done. But if it's an object, you just drop it, they're taken away, things like that can be replaced.
Wait. I was thinking about it the opposite way.
Oh, it is
Uh,
more convenient to have have a tattoo or a brand on you, right? I'm saying, if you're in an anti-magic field and you have a magic brand on you, it will come
mhm.
off.
Will it come back on when I leave it?
Haven't seen it before, maybe, probably, but
Okay, then that's fine.
probably feel like it did the first time you put it on. It's I more suggest items because it's easier for people to build, and also I'd like to teach you how to make them, not just stamp you a bunch of times and call it a day. At least that's what I was told I was supposed to do.
Um,
I can still show you how the process for the material we use to burn or chill people with is.
yeah, and then after I maybe learn how to make a real one, we can like make a stamp and I could take it with me if I want it later.
Ooh, wait, sure, yeah. Stamp on the go. It's not like a stamp, like a thing that you use letters with, though, honey. It's like a long forked metal.
Oh, yeah, it's like a piece of metal or something, and I could just make it real cold and then put it on my skin, right? More or less.
Simple. There's still the process of making the ink. You're not just branding it, you're putting magical ink on the bottom of it and then branding it in.
Uh,
It has to be. It's not a lubricant. Is not the word. The metal you're using to infuse yourself with has to be magical itself, and it has to be able to transfer those properties. Like, you can't just put a sword up against someone and brand them with it, and all of a sudden they can cast magic, right? You have to have the right symbols, and you have to have the right qualities and properties of the metal and liquid that you're pressing against it to achieve the goal.
hmm.
So, for instance, for liquid, you can actually use liquid metal depending on which one you like to. You can freeze it, and then you can press it in, and it will melt onto your skin when you freeze and during the process. Or if you're burning it in, the metal itself will have the properties inside of the symbol that you're crafting. So you're going to be crafting something either way, because I know if you're going to make a brand, you get to choose what it looks like. I'm not just going to put a little dot on you or something.
What
But say, table that for a second, dearie. What would you two like? Seems Mr. Hot and Dangerous over there is content with his guitar for now, so we'll get back to that in a second. What would you two like for your focuses? She points towards Kibble and Durdon.
Oh, I don't do magic. That's not. I'm really here for moral support.
Oh, but Wave said that you're learn how to craft the focus. You don't need to be able to
Uh,
craft magic to. Excuse me, you have to be able to cast magic in order to craft the focus.
I mean, I don't mind learning. I just don't.
Better to have it just in case you do get some magical potential down the line. What if you get a weapon that allows you to cast spells and all of a sudden you need the material components for them? Would you look at that? You have a handy dandy focus, you crafted for yourself.
Um, sure.
Any imagery that comes to mind? a walking stick, a earring, glasses. What in your minds would be the ideal focus for each to have?
Ideal focus to have
Got to be personal.
has to be personal. Um, how maybe do you have like some I guess like a it's weird. Like I'm thinking because like I do a lot of physical fighting people things.
You? No.
Okay, all right.
I'm messing with you. What do you need?
Like I want to maybe have like an item that is like a weapon and like also has components built in where like if I press hard enough it can draw blood. Like like the handle has little spikes that if I squeeze
That
hard enough.
sounds less like a focus and more like a magic weapon.
Oh well, I don't know. I really don't. What would you suggest for someone like me?
Well, a common one for your kin is something that people would call a gem or a specific kind of ruby that people like to infuse into weapons to make it an arcane focus. I've made hundreds of them during my time. They sell very well. It's cheap, doesn't require any attunement, and you can press it into whatever weapon you like, and it will automatically make it your focus for any casting needs. Normally, it's more about choosing the right gem and then shaving it down and shaping it into the right space, and then more runic carving than actual forging, but I mean, I could make you something similar to that. Technically, what you so do you use I saw you bleed on your walker earlier, but I don't really know what you can do. Do you make weapons out of blood or something?
Actually, yeah, it's a new skill
Oh,
gained.
I'm good at guessing. Well, you really said it for me by that whole prelude, so I'm just gassing myself up for fun. I would suggest, why don't I make you well, you can make it yourself. A little, it can be a focus that can turn into the hilt of a weapon. And then, like, a weapon can just spring forth out of it, like a blood blade.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty cool.
Or it can be, something that you can build the weapon around, like a gem or a ruby that you can put in the middle. It's up to you, really. You kind of don't need a physical weapon for your part, so if I were to just make you an entire weapon, I feel like it'd be diluted by the point that you can just make your own.
Yeah, that's so fair. Could I? Do bloodstones exist in this world? Like type of quartz that has like the red spots.
I believe so. I don't think it has any reason why it wouldn't. Um, I it's going to be found in Because I think naturally it's kind of like a rare-ish material. Certainly not used for any kind of weaponry, but yeah, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be.
Well, I mean, it fits the thematic, and our Doradon will ask, "Hey, you mentioned like gems, and I don't know if it's technically a gem. I'm not a gem person. Um, do you have any like bloodstones? Like it fits the thematic. I'm pretty sure that I don't think there's actual blood, but it's isn't it like an iron dense kind of like rock?
Would you believe me if I told you that it's not a gem, it's a stone?
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm fucking
Um,
with you. Some gems are stones. It's a matter of semantics. Um, Here, not really, because it's not a very stable material for creating weapons or armor. But I'm sure that it wouldn't be too hard to find some well, really any of the major cities that you'd visit. I'm sure you could find some in a pawn shop somewhere. Or if you go mining yourself, I guess.
oh yeah, and so I could maybe just like kind of learn the process. So when I find one,
We can make you a temporary one, and then you can use that for your later version, sure.
hell yeah.
For now, how about we just make it out of Oh, you know what? You bonded with Escaldos, didn't you?
I did.
Could always trip off a tree, a part of his branch, and then make it out of that.
Sure. Yeah.
That's fine. Alright. How about you, dear? What would you like your focus to be? Points at Kipley. Well, not points at you, but she gestures towards you. Points the finger.
Um,
Frame. Frame.
I I don't know. I kind of lost what I had before, and it doesn't really feel right replacing it. Can it be anything?
It can literally be anything. If you want it to be a person, it could be a person. If you wanted it to be paint, it could be paint. If you want it to be a tattoo, well, I don't got magical ink on me, so I actually cross out some of those, but
God,
you get the point.
let's do piercing.
Be a hat, it could be a cat. You want it to be a person, sure.
Okay. How
You want it to
about
be
like
like
a
like
belly
a
button piercing?
you want your focus to be a belly button person.
Oh, is that weird?
I've never seen a mage with a belly button piercing. Well, because you got to think of like the funniness of like a spell coming out of someone's midsection.
Oh, is it coming out of it? Oh, I didn't realize
No,
that.
but it would be very funny if it did. Well, technically, you have to grasp it when you do material components. So you
Oh,
gotta be rubbing your belly when you're casting spells.
yeah, no, that's
It'd be
weird.
kind of
That would be
funny.
ridiculous.
I'm not against it. I think it'd be rather fun. It looks like you got a tummy ache, but in reality, you're casting Fireball.
Um, oh boy. Oh, what about like just a little charm in my hair?
Yeah, what you're thinking? Kind of charm.
Um, just like a little wrapping around the end.
Like a coil around like a few strands of hair. You want a braid?
Yeah.
A braid holder? I don't know if it has an actual definition. I don't do that with my hair.
Yeah.
Certainly, that can be done. That'd be kind of cute. You twirl your finger around your hair, blow up your enemies.
Yeah, and put like an E on it.
And eat on it. Well, you're going to be doing it yourself, dear, so you can
Oh,
make it whatever you
I'll
want.
do it.
Do you want it to be made out of a lighter material, like a metal or a wood, or I wouldn't
Bone?
recommend stone if it's going in the air.
Can it be bone?
She kind of you see her face just kind of like drop a bit when you say bone. You see Rowan's eyebrow kind of goes up with a question mark. He's like,
It.
I'm gonna ask you a very uncomfortable question, dear. You got to be honest with me. Do you got bone on you?
Lots.
Besides the ones that's inside of you?
Well, no, I lost everything when I came back.
I don't know if we have bone.
Really? It's just, it lasts for so long.
It's not very good for making weapons out of, and it's kind of morbid.
That's so weird. It's such a lasting material. Okay.
It's not very strong compared to metal, though. So you got me. I mean, And as she says morbid, and you're inside of this room, a tiny little voice creeps inside of your head. And now there, Miss Ghibli. I hear you're looking for some bone. Could I potentially be of service?
Do you want to make some bone?
Certainly one of my least amount of talents.
Without killing anyone in the room?
Oh, come on now. You see right through me. No, just come on over here. I'll give you something you could use.
What? Like back to the robot room?
No, the walkers are inside the forge.
Oh.
They're about like 100 feet away from where the actual materials and everything is stored.
Okay. Ghibli just kind of turns and looks to Doradon. In an effort to be more, open, Mordred said I can get a bone focus, but I need to go over towards him. I was thinking of doing that. You cool with that?
I'm sorry. The creature that you have made a deal with, that also, mind you, the first interaction that you had with him, tried to freeze you to him, wants you to go over to him to go and get a bone. He does not look like he has just random bone, if I'm not mistaken. I'll look over him. Does he look like he's just composed of...
I mean, he has a mask that looks like it's a bone. I don't know. Hard to, you actually don't know if it's metal or if it is made of actual bone, but it doesn't look like there's spare bones lying around on him.
That doesn't seem like it would be a wise idea.
Okay.
Come on now, you don't gotta listen to that.
No, I
What
do.
was the harm in simply indulging in some bone? I'm offering my services to a friend. That's what we are, after all.
Yeah, I have other friends too, and I like. Okay, yeah. She kind of like waves her hands in the air, trying to like physically shoo the thought away. All right. What about that? She just points at like a random piece of metal.
Roll me a d12.
Oh, D12. Here it is. There we go. 4.
4. One, two. You point to a metal of which you yourself actually are not too familiar with. It looks kind of like yellowish, like almost in between like a yellow platinum-y-esque consistency. And you see there's like a pretty like hefty chunk of it on the table. She goes, "You want to make it out of electrum?"
Sure.
I mean, I guess if you like, it's
Is that bad?
no, it's just not the most luxurious of metals. I got gold and I got like silver and I got different kinds of, shinies about.
No, I feel
Electrum's
like
kind of
that's...
lower on the list.
Yeah,
I have things that can make it look like it's bone, by the way. Like, I can carve it to look like it's bone. If it's made of certain stones, but it's gonna be heavier.
No, I feel like that's kind of fitting.
The electrum?
Yeah.
Alright, that's fine by me. If you want it, you want it. Who am I to judge?
Just a
Well-
toss of the fates.
I'm sorry?
Oh, nothing. Yeah, let's do that. Alright. Thanks, Doridon. She kind of gives him a little punch in the arm.
You welcome.
You just hear like a fleeting sigh. Come on now, you ain't no fun. Alright, well. Let's split up. I'll take the small child, Mammoth, and
Mammoth.
Mammoth. It's like a mummy, but it's a mammoth. Mammoth. I'll take you because you're probably gonna be a full-time job getting you through this part. And Rowan can assist with Duridon and Kipley. Remind me for like a temporary first edition. What type of material did you say you want yours to be made of again, Duridon?
I think temporarily it'll be the
It was
wood.
the wood, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
from
Escodos. Do you do you know if you make your bloody weapons if they count as magical or not?
I believe they do count as magical.
Well, let's test it because I don't know if I have a strong enough rarity item in here to cut the branches off of him. It needs to be a tiny branch, but I think it'd be probably better if you do it since you bonded with him. And I'd rather not get punted across this room.
I'll go over to Esclados and I'll be like, "Hey, bud, do you have any?
Yes, Duridon.
Do you have any relatively like dying branches to make a focus out of?"
My branches are extremely healthy and well taken care of. I
Is
may
there
be
one
the
that's a little?
corpse of a tree, but I yet to have started to rot. For the ironwood lasts for near eternity. Thousands upon thousands of years. Our lineage stands strong. He continues to go into a rant for like a good... until you stop him, honestly. Like 10 plus minute rant ready to go.
Hey, bud, hey, bud.
Yes.
So, are there any of those wonderfully lively branches that you feel kind of like throws the whole aesthetic off? You're like, ah,
I'm quite proud of my form.
okay.
For the branches, each one shows end, beginning, middle. Together a wholeness, of which my core is built around, upon. Strength through every branch, every twig, every leaf that grows out of my crown. All of which, and then he continues.
Yeah. Okay, bud. Can you just choose one of them? To let me make the focus out of.
What do you mean?
I so like I we're making a focus. We're making focuses, and I need one of the branches to make a focus
Why,
out of.
what, you're going to dismember my form to make a tool?
Well, think about it like this, right? I am meant to be the protector of the Ironwood, and I cannot take you out of here because that would directly be putting the Ironwood in danger. But to maintain some semblance of connection to you, the branch would be a piece of you that I carry with me. So you at least know that I am well, healthy, and safe.
I thought the entire process of our bonding was because you were supposed to go together to protect the Ironwood.
We will. I just can't.
Was
I'm
this
not.
built on a lie? This premise that we were
Oh,
going to be bonded together for this sole purpose?
we will be. It is just that
Make
I
me a persuasion
live.
check.
Cool. Gang, don't fuck me here. Persuasion. This is.
Four.
Alright, I'm using.
Not even close. You can use inspiration if you want.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay.
Oh,
Alright.
buddy. He goes, my faith in you is slowly beginning to waver, and by slowly I mean rapidly, and by rapidly I mean it is crumbling apart at the seams, and of which I am now seeing our roots that I believed to be thick, strong, well knitted together, are now loose amongst this dirt. I am unsure if you seemed as committed to this as before, Duradon.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Alright. Um, that's fine, buddy. I'm committed to it. I literally have nothing else that I
Just because you
have
have no
going
other
on.
options does not mean this is the option for you. I am concerned. Deeply, truly. You come to
Yeah,
me asking that we are going to be parting of my crown with a branch, and now here we are. Not doing our duty, and you saying you would not bring me on this duty.
it's not that I'm not bringing you along. It's just that people actively would like to take you and dismember you and do really bad things. So it's not wise for me to just. It's like it would be like me actively bringing you to a force that can kill the Ironwood. It would be very inconsiderate for me to do that, right?
You could say so, yes.
Right. So the reason that I can't have you come is because this world currently desires a product like you, and they don't care about you being a part of Sacred Woods. They're just like, this is power, and I like power. Power. I don't care how I have to get it.
And the branch comes into this where?
The branch comes into this because I need to still navigate in the world where they are fucking dickheads that want power. And this is a way to stay in contact with you as well as be able to manifest some degree of like power and capability. If you don't feel comfortable with it, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. I get it. It's just a thing that I would ask instead of having to like create a focus from something else that I'm not connected to.
Make me one more persuasion check.
Oh god. Dang. Can I roll above a 10? I had 12.
Well, you don't have the Kipling talisman on you, do you? I think that's on Mammoth, right?
Mammoth.
Yeah. There's a long pause. I have heard your points. You may take a tiny twig. That is all I am willing to part with.
I appreciate it, buddy. This is you choose the twig, and I'll take that one and nothing more.
One above my right crown. That is slightly too thin to fit with the rest of them. You may take that
So
one.
you
and
you
only
did
that
have
one.
one. You did
It is
have
not
one.
an imperfection. It is simply less favored by myself than the others.
Duradolph will begin climbing, muttering to himself that there was one.
There is not. You are insulting my pride in my image and my self-confidence.
Your self-confidence should not be.
Hurry up there and get it already.
Alright, I'm going.
You climb up. I'm not gonna make you roll athletics. You've already climbed up him twice at this point. You do get to the top. Go ahead and roll, not an attack roll, but actually, go ahead and make me an attack roll. Are you gonna what are you implement or tool you're gonna try and make to cut this? Are you gonna try
I
and pull
will. No, I'm not gonna try to pull it. He is going to summon like a blood dagger.
it? You gonna get a dagger? Sure. Make me an attack roll, my good sir.
Gotcha. This will be the same modifier. That's 17.
17. Ting.
You've gotta be fucking.
Doesn't
with me.
cut.
He'll summon Clarent.
This is the
Oh,
first time
boy.
pulls out the shotgun. He goes, "Are you having trouble with it? What are you doing with that? What are you doing with that?"
I just want to talk to the branch. I just want to talk to the branch.
Go ahead and roll me an attack roll with Clarence.
Got you. That'll increases slightly. 22.
22. So it is 100%. You try and cut with the dagger, and it's kind of like sparks fly off it. Like you make no progress. This is like you're trying to cut for steel. The second time, you pull out the full black bladed, now it's the rusty blood looking longsword that springs out of your body. And as you go to cut down with it, you make impact with it. Go ahead and roll damage.
That is. Hold on, wait. There are certain modifiers that.
It's
aren't
without
there.
your weapon master, yeah. There's
Yeah,
5.
So 14.
14. Okay. So you kind of go to cut, and it does sink in. But you kind of have to grab the actual blade itself and mimic a saw going back and forth before you can finally push down, and the twig snaps off. It takes way too much effort for it to feel like it's just a twig. And you do hear like, ow.
Sorry, bud.
A little bit of blood shoots from the twig. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, but you do have a twig it's about like maybe 3 inches long, not even half an inch thick. It feels like a tiny twig, but for its size, it does feel kind of heavy.
Composed of a good old ironwood.
That's enough trimming for now. You can get off me.
All right. Oh, thank you.
And while you're doing that process, we go to Mamoof. As Noel kind of brings you over to a separate portion of the forge, you can see, opposed to the number of crates with various different minerals and metals showing out of them, she brings you to a different side where the squelching station is. And you can see there's a number of different basic circle outlines, like little open circles that have like a very thin metal ring kind of built into them. And on the end of it, there is a component that you can kind of click into what looks to be a poker. And she kind of goes over and begins kind of sorting through a number of different size circles and goes, "All right, dear. What part of your body would you like this on? Like a shoulder, like a back, chest?
I was thinking like my palms, like maybe one on each palm.
Would you like it to be a small portion of your palm, or like the entire palm? Because you're not gonna be able to hold anything for a long time if it's a big one.
Um, so
By a long time, I mean like a day or so.
what are the downsides of doing like the permanent, like a permanent one? Because you were saying it's usually easier to do an item, and so now I'm
Right.
kind of second guessing this because I thought I was like,
So here's the thing. I will explain it in its entirety. Normally, we would be using magical ink to inscribe it upon your skin, right? That is what the nature of tattooing is, of which I am not proficient. So if I tried to do it, it would most likely fail, never mind me teaching you how to do it. Instead, what I am offering is you're going to be making and crafting the symbol itself for what you would like it to look like, and I am going to have to physically ingrain the metal of which I am branding you with a mixture of substances, which is essentially going to be specks of different magically innate metals. So like mithril, adamantine, those kind of things. And when you sprinkle those in, we are burning it and singeing it into your flesh. So that when the searing ends, or when, if you go with the freezing method, when it melts in, that it is going to physically be inside of your palm, opposed to being on top of it. There's going to be a thin little metal disc, essentially.
yeah,
That's the difference between the brand and the ink. The ink is just ink, but the brand itself, it's not just about the arcane sigils that you're putting in. It's about the leftover kind of, what's the word that I'm looking for? Residual metal that's there. It's very thin, you're not even gonna feel it that much, but you got to leave it in case you want to use it as a focus, otherwise, I'm just marking you for no reason.
I was wondering like the difference between, or like the positives and the negatives of doing like an item, like not that I want this, but like a wand or
Right.
like a brand or tattoo or like a permanent one.
So when you use a material component, the focus replaces it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your friend, if she were to cast, let's say, Firebolt. Firebolt, well, it is just a cantrip, right? It doesn't cost any material component, it's just verbal and somatic, so you can make the gesture, say the words, it will pop out. But if you tried to summon, let's say, an elemental, and that costs something, it costs like a bit of dirt or like a sacred torch, which you do not have, that's where you use the focus. And that would mean you have to press either a finger or something into your palm to activate it. That's why I like it to be readily accessible for most cases when you're making these items. If you're just doing it from a wand, it's already in your hand, you don't have to worry about it. For you most likely, I would suggest getting it on one hand, so that way you can press your other into it to activate it. Or I guess you could put it on both your hands and kind of clap and kind of prayer your way through it. If that's how you like to do it, I don't know, praying hands or whatever. But
That's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking, yeah.
you essentially just need to press something against it in order to activate it. That's the only thing of what's the difference is. Because normally with most arcane focuses, you're already going to be holding it, so it doesn't matter. But if you were going to get like a magical tattoo, then it wouldn't matter what you're casting it from, right? Because that's on you. But this is inscribing an item essentially onto the skin, not actually into it.
Okay, so it could still be like taken away or something, like with like the anti-magic field or something, or like if
Yes, but that's not something I would worry about. I used it as an example because of like the pain, but if you're going to be thinking of like getting jailed away or something like that, I wouldn't worry. They would have to cut off your skin in order to do it.
so I would still be able to like use it in like
In manacles,
okay, yeah, I want to do this.
as long as you have like a finger to touch it.
Like
Alright.
like I could touch my middle finger to my palm on the same hand, and that'll be good to
Correct.
go.
As
Yeah,
long as
let's
you
do
have
it.
some part of your body you can touch it against. Alright, so for you, we're going to be starting out. Do you have like a certain symbol that you prefer these to look like?
Yeah, I was thinking like this, like the sun on my left hand and like the moon on my right hand.
Very symbolic. Okay. Alright, so for you specifically, you're gonna have to probably watch along with the others how to do this. At least for the majority of the process, because this is gonna be a little more advanced. But nevertheless, I am gonna make you make your own symbol at the very least, and I'm going to mimic you and actually use the materials required because I don't want you burning through magical metal and fucking it up respectfully. Excuse me, messing it up. Don't repeat those words. You did not hear those.
Oh, that's okay. You can say what you
Oh.
like.
I probably shouldn't. But I'm going to give you iron, and you are going to try and craft the symbols you want. And I'm going to follow along on the other side of the workbench, and we'll eventually match it up to where we get it. All right? Does that sound simple enough for now?
Sure, yeah.
Get to it. So, we are going to start with you then, Mammoth. Essentially for your challenge, because from what you want is a little advanced for you to immediately get it, or at least immediately begin to learn it. You are going to simply start off by making essentially the stencil art for your symbol. So let's start off with a simple dexterity check as you draw out what symbols you want. This is going to be sleight of hand if you are proficient in it, otherwise it is going to be straight dex.
Yeah, I mean it's just Dex.
And anything that you have to boost ability checks, including the token that Kibble gave you, can be added to this as well.
Okay, is the 16 all right?
A 16 is enough for a stencil, yeah. I mean, it's
Okay.
it's a rating of like 10 is the minimum, 15 is good, 20 is great. So if you want to try and
Okay.
get 20 for a start, you can absolutely shoot for it.
I mean, is there a benefit?
Yeah, it'll be a little bit easier to make the actual mold out of it.
Oh, okay. Can I like keep rolling until I get higher, or is it like if I get like a 14,
It's-
then I'm shit out of luck?
You, for inspiration? No, inspiration you can only roll once.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Then
I was
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
I'll just keep a 16. Yeah, I don't want to use inspiration.
Sure. No, I was just talking about Kipley's token because I think she has
Oh,
one
that
does,
too.
It's
I think
working.
she can do ability checks as well. The talisman, right? Yeah, talisman
Yeah.
you don't need your focus for.
Okay,
just
it just
custom.
it hasn't worked yet thus far since we came back, so I didn't think it was.
I assume
I
I'm
don't
gonna have
think-
to do more down the more ability checks in the very near future.
Yeah, you get 3 uses per this. No, it wasn't the fact that it wasn't working. It's the fact that you had to make a new one. If you remember, you made a new one when Mammoth was unconscious. Mammoth hasn't had to make an ability check since then.
No.
What was that?
I think that was a no, but it was a meta no. So yeah, you can roll a d4 if you want, or you can save those free charges for a different roll. Up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna save him. I already passed this one. I'm
Okay.
good.
Alright, so you make decent art, of which it begins to take you like a good 15-20 minutes for the first sketch. You go for the second, and this process is going to take most likely at least a few days. For everyone to finish theirs, yours is going to be a little bit quicker because you're just making the mold and then she's doing the rest. So, going on from there, we get the druid working with metal. Here's the interesting thing. You can't touch it or you die. No, I'm kidding.
What?
No, I always find it funny that they PHB says that druids can't work with metal when, hey gang, guess what?
Oh fuck! I forgot about that. Thank God
You
the
can
DM's
touch it.
fucking
It's not gonna
cool.
burn you, but you're gonna have to use specific ones for this, of which are being provided. So, or at least making the iron mold of this. This is going to be a choice of yours. You can give me either, going down the list. You got sleight of hand again for the additional, for the pouring of it, for trying to make the trying to actually make the mold based off of the sketch.
Hmm.
You can give me athletics if you want to solely focus on pushing in the mold into the actual correct shape, and then Noelle can pour. Or, if you want, you can attempt to use spell casting instead. It'll be at a much higher DC, but it will be using your wisdom modifier, and or if you have any spells that you think can assist in this. Like, I believe you have... I don't know what it requires, but let me see.
I have like mending.
It wouldn't be as much as mending as... Do you have prestidigitation? No, you do not. No, so you have
don't.
druid cantrips.
I have druid
Um,
craft, but like
You do have...
It technically doesn't count for metal.
No. No, but you can attempt to use your spellcasting modifier to force it into shape as well.
What about mold earth? Can I metal bend?
Mold earth is more for loose stone and dirt more than actual metal, I think.
Yeah, I figured.
That's such a weird rule for
I mean-
for a druid of the circle of the stars.
For mold earth, that makes sense, but for druids to not have anything that works with it, actually, wait, no, I think. Let me see.
I'm not saying that as a questioning you by any means. It was more just
Oh no, I got you.
like
Listen, I'm not trying to defend wizards for how they worded certain spells. I was just saying out loud that I thought that you had a spell that actually would be great for this. No, you do. You do have stone shape. You have literal stone shape.
Yeah, I was literally I
Um,
was thinking of the same thing. I was like, what am I literally just got to there scrolling down on my
Yeah.
spreadsheet.
I was like, I was looking at your sheet earlier, and I was like, oh, this could be great. Yeah, so if you want to attempt to make it out of stone for the mold instead of metal, you absolutely can do that as well. And that will be using your wisdom modifier.
Cool. And do I get like a bonus because it makes total sense?
Nope, it'll just
Or
be
is
a
that
lower
just-
DC.
Oh, okay. Fuck. So I have +4 to athletics.
Yep, so you can do athletics, sleight of hand, or you can just use your straight wisdom modifier. Up to you.
And I'm just gonna use my wisdom modifier since it's a
Okay.
lower DC too.
So you burn the 4th level spell slot. You go ahead and try and craft the actual mold itself. You're going just based off of the sketch. 19 is good.
Let's
19 is
go.
good. Over the course of like a few minutes, you begin to kind of slowly stretch out, almost like it's kind of Play-Doh. You can just stretch out the stone into a malleable enough state where you can make the hole in the center for where the circle's going to be. And the good thing about your symbol being on the palm is it doesn't have to be big. So making the initial hole is easy. The problem is the intricate symbols and details for how actually like well done you want this to be. So what a 19 will get you is it's not going to be perfect, but is going to be damn well done for a first timer. The mold sets, and with Noelle's assistance, she is going to go ahead and try and craft the metallic version of it. Since you succeeded, it's going to be a lower DC on her end. And, so real view, the modifiers are heavily in her favor. As she is a proficient forge master, she has a whopping +10, and she's going to go ahead and guide herself for an additional D4 as well. That is a 25 plus 2, 27. She copies exactly to a T what you created on her end. And the only other step is for her to choose out the correct metals. Now, one side is easy, because the blue side is going to be mithril chip, because it naturally glows blue for your moon.
Mhm.
For the sun, she does begin to look through stones, not stones, excuse me, just begin to look for metals that would be able to mimic the red burning of a sun for the correct symbol. And it takes her a while before she realizes that there isn't an exact, there's gonna be an exact metal that fits what you're asking for. Now, Dom already had the idea, but I'm gonna make her roll for this because I have a little more, I have a little more prep time than she does for this. So she's gonna go ahead and just make a raw int check on finding what other material would be suitable for this.
I was hoping they were
13
both be gold though.
plus a d4. Do you want it to be gold for both?
Kinda, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's going to be a common metal mixed with the flakes. Because if you remember, the flakes is
Oh,
what
so
is
it'll
going
be
to
like-
giving it the magic. Correct.
It'll be like golden red and golden blue.
It will be golden red and golden blue on one.
That's
then.
fire.
So with a 16, there is the thing that I thought of ahead of time, which is one is going to be made of mithril flakes, and the other is going to be made of red ruby dust.
Ooh.
It is going to be a collaborative process for this, because she wants you to do it, and she is only going to allow you to do this one at a time. So there's going to be 2 checks for both of these. I did say there's going to be a lot of skill checks, so I apologize. This is essentially going to be using smithing tools check, of which you are most definitely not proficient.
Correct.
He is going to help you with this, giving you the help actions, so you will have advantage.
Can I
But you're
guide
going
myself?
to be,
Or is it the same
and
thing?
you can guide yourself as well. No, guiding yourself gives you a D4. She's giving you advantage on the roll by assisting.
Oh,
you.
sweetness. Okay.
She's essentially, like ghost behind you, like trying to move you for the right methods. She's going to help you with mixing the 2 metals for mithril flakes and for gold, and for properly crushing the gem dust into gold for mixing them together. If you
Okay,
fuck up,
and I get Kipley's D4.
and you can
3
get
times?
Kipley's D4 for a potential, yes.
Okay,
Here's
okay,
the thing.
cool.
If you roll beneath a 10 for both of these, material's gone, wasted, destroyed. She is going to be down 150 gold.
Okay.
Baseline success for this is a 15.
So I need a 15 4 times total.
No, you just need it once.
Oh.
You're doing one at a
Oh.
time. You need it technically twice, but we're doing one at a time for now. So what you're going to be looking for a exact replica of what you want,
Mhm.
for the quality of what it looks like, is going to be a 15 is minimum, so it's somewhat like it. We're gonna call a 17 is going to be slightly better success, slightly accurate. 20 exact replica of exactly what you were thinking it would look like.
Okay.
So 15 medium success, 17 just about, 20 or above exactly what you imagined the combination of the gold, blue, and red would look like for both. So we're starting with Mithril. This is going to be the
Okay,
expensive
wait, and
one.
what about 15 between 10 and 15?
Between 10 and 15? 10 is 10 or lower is absolute failure, material is wasted. 10 to 15 is material is recoverable and you can try again.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Alrighty.
And can I try again an infinite amount of times as long as I get at least a 10?
You can try again once.
Okay. Oh, that's
Terrible, you
fortunate.
can try
That's
again
fine.
once.
Okay.
You're not going to be able to recycle metal that easily.
Okay.
All right. We're starting off with Mithril. Mithril is extremely expensive. Is also extremely potent for creating a focus. So if you get a natural 20 on this roll, I will allow this to be a +1 focus. That goes
Okay.
for both. You only need to get on one though. So if either one of them get a natural 20, this can be a +1 focus. That goes for
Okay.
everyone. But you're the first one to do it. Go ahead and roll me 2d20. You are just giving a raw d20 roll plus a d4 at advantage.
Uh,
2d20s, and then you can roll a d4 afterwards.
that is not great.
Rough start.
18.
Okay, you at least that is a 9 and a 5 together, bud. That is a 9 plus 4 with advantage, so that's a 13.
Yeah, 14.
13.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Which
13.
means that it is not a success, but it is also not a failure, and you can try again one more time before it is destroyed. So as you're combining for the initial time, you turn up the heat a little too much in the forge, and you watch as a good portion of the mithril begins to spark past its towards the melting point, and it fully just evaporates into the forge itself, because these are tiny flakes. These aren't made for, this isn't like crafting a weapon. There isn't a lot of material to work with. And you see Noelle goes, right, no, too hot. Settle down. If we try again, we still have enough. Just focus on maintaining a cool, nice, slow burning flame and mix in the pot nice and slow, alright? It's like you're making a stew. You can go ahead and try one more time.
And then if I still fail, I have the other hand.
Correct. For both hands, it essentially is going to be acting as one focus. But if one hand is ever bound and or cut off or lost, it'll still work either way. It's like two weapons in one kind of deal.
Okay, so I essentially have a backup.
Correct.
Okay.
It doesn't add anything, but it's not going to subtract anything either.
Okay.
One more roll. At advantage, 2d20s. Raw roll.
All right, yeah, you're right. All right,
11?
that's better.
Okay.
+4.
So you need a 4 in order to succeed on this. Oh my god! Okay. All right. So I thought the gods would love you way more than that, but you got the bare minimum. So So this takes after you fucked up the first time, you are in the forge for the rest of the day. Um, you burn through the first batch of flakes, ends up being able to recover some, and then by the time that you get to the cooling of the moon sigil, it is about like 6 o'clock in the evening. And you see by this time both you and Noelle are just kind of beat and ragged and tired. She goes, "Alright, if you want, we can work for the night, or we can get right back at this first thing tomorrow morning, depending on how you're feeling. But this, it's ready to go." And she holds up the golden pressed symbol of the moon, and you can see carved into it, almost like a scratching ticket, you can see the blue shines through the gold, and just like it's fine, like reading fine print on a document, is the basis for the arcanic runes that will actually give this symbol
So
the
like the
ability to cast
inscription in
spells.
the inside of the One Ring, kind of like that. Kind of you gotta look at it the right
Exactly.
way. Hell yeah.
Exactly. So you have one out of the two done. It can technically work as a focus on its own, but if you want both of them for pure aesthetic purposes, you can absolutely go ahead and try again.
So I got one of them in my hand already. Got my
So
right
here's the
hand
thing.
done.
It's not in yet. It's ready to be put in.
Okay. Is that another set of skill checks?
Because if you put no, putting it in, she's gonna do that. You don't have to roll. But if you
Oh,
put it
okay.
in now, you will have disadvantage on making the other one because you won't be able to use a hand.
Oh no, yeah, I'm not gonna push it. I'll do.
Yeah,
I'll
100%.
wait, and I'll have her do both at the same time.
So, oh, no, 100%. So essentially, if you start the second one and you
Mhm.
fail again, it will go through the night and we'll be pushing exhaustion.
Okay. I'll just wait. I'll
So
just get a good night's sleep.
Okay. So you choose to wait the night and you'll start again tomorrow morning. We'll pause there. We will go to Kipley then.
Okay, I'm gonna. Can I post what it like the thing looks like?
You can absolutely post because they look sick. Yeah,
It's so good.
I love that.
So this is what's gonna go in Mimmit's right hand.
Gold outer lay with blue inner lay. Wow, perfect. Okay. Kipley, I believe you wanted a hairpiece made of electrum, right?
Yeah.
Yours is easier done on their end. This is going to be just raw forge check. It is going to be done in the same method. You're going to start with a sketch. You're going to work your way through making a prototype, a test with it, just using scrap metal, essentially. And then you're going to work your way up to using actual electrum, and then carving in the said runes.
Okay.
In that forecheck, it's going to be essentially the same thing. First one, you can make it with sleight of hand, or just raw dexterity if you're not proficient with it.
Mm,
20! Hell yes! What is the do you want to like make this look like it's like a finger bone or something?
no, I think it probably
What's the
looks
vision?
like the shittiest smashed piece of metal, just literally almost like crimping around the hair.
With a 20, you can make it look like whatever you want. If you want to make it look like shit, it will be the most shittiest shit you've ever seen. Hell yeah. Okay. Because this is just a sketch for the design.
Oh,
So for this, Mhm.
oh, like literally just drawing it.
It is drawing it out before you actually start anything that involves metalwork.
Oh, Kipley doesn't know how to draw. Yeah, she doesn't know what she's doing. It looks like a circle.
Sure. Okay, so you're just making essentially like a little, oh god, what's the word that I want to use? Not brace. What's like the half band, that people sometimes use both on their like wrists and ankles? God,
I don't
it
know.
leaves me. It leaves me. I was just
I don't
looking
get
at
it.
I was looking at this earlier because it's on the magic item list. But you make a circlet that can absolutely function for creating the mold, and that is the second step. Excuse me. So you, I am certain, do not have anything that could potentially. You can try and persuade otherwise. My ears and body is prepared for how you can use spellcraft in order to create the mold. Um,
Okay.
but otherwise, you're going to be using either dexterity again or athletics for carving out a replica of what the sketch is.
In stone?
Correct. So you're going to be using metal.
Can she use poison spray?
Poison spray is more of a cloud than like a anything that's going to be effective against a stone. It's more like a puff than
Okay. Okay.
Feather of Wind. If you wanna try and Eldritch Blast line it, I will absolutely allow for it, but it's going to be a pretty high DC.
Would flames work?
Yeah, depending on what kind.
Could she do hellish rebuke and just
You're gonna hit yourself with the stone, then rebuke it.
yeah, and then she's
Honestly?
just gonna curse it and be like, "Look here, you little piece of shit," and just like talk down to it and be like, telling it how it's gonna be.
Sure. If you want to try and use Hellish Rebuke, I will allow the use of your Charisma modifier for this. It's going to be the same base. Anything that is beneath a 15 is going to be a failure. Because you're using your Charisma modifier and Hellish Rebuke to try and craft a precise circlet for what you're putting on your hair. 15 is a bare minimum success for what the mold would look like. 17, near exact. 20 or above, exactly what you want it to look like.
I just rolled my charisma. I'll
You
fuck
do. Hold on. Say you are being helped through this by Rowan, so you can make this with advantage. 'Cause this is just fort shit. 24. Okay, actually, wait. You're using magic. No, that 7 stays. That 7 stays.
I had
take
like
it back.
happy face and then sad and then
Alright,
okay.
I
oh,
feel
happy.
so bad.
Oh no.
I feel so bad the call was made. So I was thinking in my head of like, oh, but the roll is but wait,
No, it's
that's
totally
right.
fine. Totally fine.
So the first Hellish Rebuke. You also do have inspiration if you want to reroll.
No. I feel like no. She's making it a shitty thing anyways.
Sure.
She's putting so much effort into this
So
stupid
a 7
thing.
A 7 is a total failure. Doesn't even meet above a 10. Because here's the thing, part of Hellish Rebuke is you have to have it damage you. So it normally targets a creature, but in this instance, for pure like roleplay allowance, I 100% will allow you to hit yourself with the stone and then try and burn it. You end up hitting yourself. Like you're not gonna do it in the head, obviously, because you're an intelligent creature. You kind of bonk yourself on the shoulder, and you hear your shoulder pop. And as you go to make the symbols to cast Hellish Rebuke, you end up scorching both the rock and the table behind it. And it's not like a precise flame, it's just kind of indiscriminate. So it scorches the entire like face of the rock without burning a actual like groove into it. So you have a blackened mold that you're trying to create with. And a burned work table as actually no, I'm gonna go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for Rowan. 12. Rowan also gets scorched. You see she does have a worker's apron on at this point. She does have the fire apron, so she does have resistance to fire damage, and it doesn't hurt the point where she is close to death, but you do see an annoyed-looking rabbit staring back at you.
I'm so
Goes,
sorry.
Right, so I think you're trying to use the wrong kind of spellcraft. If you're hitting yourself with a stone, and then you're trying to, you know, burn it, I guess, you're not really gonna get a unless you have like lava or something, you're going to need a more precise flame. Do you want to try anything else before we go to traditional tools?
No, let's just move forward with the traditional shit.
Okay, let's try tools then for
I'm
you.
sorry.
And she gingerly puts over a chisel in front of you, and will help you, giving you the help action. You're just going to be rolling a straight d20. It's the same thing. You have advantage. You need a 15 or above to succeed. 10 or below, and you're going to destroy this rock. 11 or higher, the rock succeeds, and you can try again, but it's just going to take longer. Natural 20.
Dumbest
So
shit.
Here's what happens.
Dumbest bullshit.
So, I love this so much. What you didn't realize, and what you both didn't realize, because you set her on fire, so she was too busy putting it out, and you were too busy being disappointed in the fact that it didn't perfectly carve out a like circlet mold perfectly into the stone. But you actually had charred the stone enough to make it malleable, and the chisel, like almost through butter, just begins to churn its way around in a circle. And you manage to make, again, you have described it as Kipley being shitty at everything you have done, yet you rolled a dirty 20 and a natural 20 for both of these checks. So it's like a shitty design, like a certain design on like the actual exterior, but for the mold itself and for the sketch itself, they are near perfection. Like, this is hours of grueling work that even like a stonemason who has been doing their craft for like a few years wouldn't be able to do in this time. And the mold is ready. And she goes, we can definitely skip magic for this next part. Let's just focus on the metal. Electrum needs a nice low melting point, and you need to only just put in the minimum amount of metal for this. We'll start you out with scrap metal, and then we'll move on to Electrum from there. And remember, right afterwards, we squelch the ring, or in this case, your hairpiece, to keep the metal from being, from falling out of its design. Okay. This is something that you're not trained in, but I will walk you through it.
Okay.
So you're going to have an advantage on this again. It is just a d20 roll. This is for you to try and maintain the right heat, melting point, and accuracy for pouring in the metal. It's 2d20. You do have advantage. And if you have anything that you can add on top of that for, I don't think you particularly do. Okay. So, let's see. 3? Okay. And the second roll. 17? So it is not perfect. You do spill a little, and she does have to go in and chop it off with a pair of pliers. But during the process for actually squelching the ring and for removing it from the mold, it comes out perfectly. And after I don't know what to call it, the ring, excuse me, the circlet. After the circlet is taken out of the water and it's just left to rest, you can see it looks pretty well done. It may not be like a terribly complicated design, but for the bare minimum, functional. It will be able to be adjustable to kind of decide whether you want to put an entire braid in there or if you want to just put a like a link of hair or two in there. So For the final part, this is going to be the inscribing of runes. You, in this case, will be helping her with this, because unlike the actual brand part, she doesn't trust Mammoth with that because it's a very expensive metal, but this is just electrum that's being carved into. So you can absolutely go through with this. Go ahead and make me, this is going to be a raw arcana check. It is the same. 15 is a minimum for success. 17, more than success. If you get a natural 20, this will function as a +1. 22. She begins to walk you through, and this is the part that, because you're learning this for the first time, go ahead and roll me a 1d6, and then we'll -1 from whatever you add this to. 5. Over the next 4 days, she will take roughly about 4 hours. 3 to 4 hours out of that day to walk you through the inscription of the runes. You can do it in 2 days and roll to try and avoid exhaustion, or you can span it out over 4. It's up to you.
No, we've got nothing else to do. She'll span it out.
Okay. So, when this is done, it will be a fully functionable arcane focus. It is an adjustable hairpiece that you can use for either braided or unbraided hair, and it will be fully functional for all spells that you need at the moment. Hell yeah. Duradon! This is gonna be the fun one.
Hello.
So here's the thing, bud. You have a
Mhm.
choice. You can choose to straight up just leave it as a twig, and she will walk you through the inscription rune process. Or you can choose to try and carve it into something. You can whittle it, essentially. What would you like to do? Do you want to try and whittle it into, like, a hilt of sorts? So you can make it for, like, the hilt of your weapons? Do you want to try and keep it as its normal length, but just inscribe runes on it? What are you feeling for this focus?
He'll try to whittle it a bit.
Sure, okay.
Weedle.
So here's the thing. Rowan does not have the strength nor magical item tier to actually harm this item, as it is still technically a part of Esclados, and it is made of ironwood. So it is extremely durable, and is not malleable in the slightest. So you're going to have to, on this, let me rephrase that. What is the ideal for what you're trying to whittle it into? Are you gonna try and make it into, like, more of a wand? Or are you gonna try and make it into like a smaller, like, wooden charm token?
I think he tries to whittle it down into kind of a like a ergonomic esque like like hilt kind of something that shapes to his hand nicely. And that's about it. So it's not majorly reshaping it to anything differently, but adding in like dips so that it wraps nicely in his hand.
All right, with how big your hand is, and how small the twig that you immediately took off was, there's a moment where you are kind of left with like a, oh god, this is not gonna be good. However, I don't believe you have it. But you do have a druid in the party, and do have druid craft. So, with the assistance of Mammoth, if he will oblige, you can essentially thicken the branch that you were given to make it actually fit your hand size before you start whittling.
I'll ask Mammoth. Hey, Mammoth, can you do the magic things with the like plants and you
Make the
make
wood
stuff?
swell.
Oh my god.
You're not wrong, can't believe it. God damn, man.
You, you know
Make that
the
wood swell in his hand.
Jesus Christ.
I'm a child.
Yeah, now
listen,
try and
listen.
ask him.
Yeah, like you know how like you can druids can just make like plants and stuff grow, right?
Yeah.
You do that with this and like make it more.
Sure.
All right, go ahead. Mammoth, just make me a straight wisdom check. Oh, D20 plus 5.
Zing.
24? Okay. You do get a little bit of resistance at first, as it is a extremely powerful force you're trying to manipulate, even if it is just a part of it. But with the acceptance of you being a druid, and with a voice inside of your head as you feel this foreign presence not entering your mind, but kind of exerting its will, not wanting to be changed and resisting your magic, you hear a familiar voice. Do not worry, my friend. The child only wishes to help you grow and for you to form yourself into something more beautiful and practical for your wielder. Allow us, our magic, to help you. As Ector actually assists in the pact between him and Escaldos, two walkers kind of form an understanding, and it grows to a point of where you can actually whittle it and not have something that is completely outside of the realm of looking like a child's toy in your hand. So for you, this is going to just be a woodworking check, a wood whittling check. Are you proficient in I think it is literally just called woodworker's tools, right?
Yes, I am not. I'm only proficient in water and land vehicles, so I can sail and
What
ride
the
it.
hell?
Bro, just want I have
Are you
beasts
proficient in
and
water
that's it.
vehicles?
Yeah, I'm proficient in water vehicles
Wait,
and land
hold
vehicles.
on. That's
What
so
define a water
ironic.
vehicle?
A boat.
Like a
That's a
boat?
boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Ship.
like a ship.
Not
No,
so
like
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Like a
In
sailboat.
correct. In terms of proficiencies, you need multiple people in order to captain a ship. Even if one person has proficiency in it, they have an understanding of it, right?
Uh-huh.
But you can't have one person running like the
Yeah,
Dragon's
that
Vow
makes
or the
sense.
Golden Vow, excuse me.
Yeah.
It's Dragon's Vow. I'm not crazy.
I was
useless.
gonna say Golden Vow is Elden Ring.
No. The Golden Vow was what the ship's original name was. You changed it to
Oh.
the Dragon's Vow.
Still Elden Ring, which I'm just now
It
realizing.
is. It is. 100%. That was my little Easter egg in there.
Bro, we're less than a month away till Night Ring. That's an aside, though.
I know, I saw.
Carry
I'm
on.
excited. Hey, no, shoot your shape, boy. I'm excited about it. You, you're just gonna be making a raw D20 check, and you're going to be adding your strength bonus to this. So I think for you that's +4, right? For the modifier? Okay. You're adding +4. You are looking to get 15 or above for a minimum success, 17 for adequate, and 20 or above for exactly what you're looking for. This is just for making the correct shape of it. And this is like, you see Rowan, who is talking to you on the sidelines, like, alright, so what you want to do here is, oh, you're going. And you just start, like, you just start kind of grinding away. Because here's the thing, you have to use blood tools to do this. Because the rarity of items that is normally required to just do like a normal wood doesn't work. So you are just doing out of off rip, essentially like your top gear class of weapon, and it is taking you a ridiculous amount of time to actually get progress. Like a singular shave of wood is taking you like a minute to do. So over and over and over again, time racks up, and you find yourself spending, with a 16 doing the bare minimum, oh, that is not bad at all. 6 hours to get it to a shape that is, at the bare minimum, like it's not what you exactly what you wanted, but in your hand, it's at least like it's big enough that it's not going to slip through, and it's not too worked to the point where like it's rough or it's too what you call it. It's not gonna actually be an inconvenience to hold. And then comes the second part, the actual sanding of the wood. Uh, this is going to be hell for you because all of your normal items are either piercing, slashing, or any kind of tool that is not meant for this. So you're going to have disadvantage on this roll as you are trying to smoothen out wood with like essentially the dull end of a blade, not dull, excuse me, the actual flat side of a blade by rubbing it back and forth until it's not flattened, but smoothed. This is going to be disadvantage. Strength check once more. Go
Gotcha,
ahead.
gotcha.
Uh, nah, I will say Rowan giving you the help action is not going to give you an advantage on this. It's just going to be a straight disadvantage check with what you call it, with your +4 bonus.
Gotcha, gotcha. That is going to be. I will use my
Okay.
last inspiration.
Okay, you just roll one more time.
Gotcha. Normal.
Regular roll.
Natural 20 for 24.
Natural 20. So, it's not the fact that it's done fast, and it's not the fact that it's done, like, incredibly with ease, but it's the fact that as you get into the pattern of slowly shaving off and shaving down parts of the wood, that you begin to get into a rhythm. And with that rhythm, you get a better understanding of how, not just how sturdy this material is, but how it is workable, and how you begin to kind of shift the blade around to a point where you are moving the actual hilt itself and not the blade anymore. And over the course of, I'm going to say, we'll do 1 hour. Over the course of another hour, you find yourself with a hilt that is ready to be polished, and more importantly, ready to be inscribed on. Now, as a non-caster, you can inscribe the runes, but you will need something to aid you to actually infuse it with magic on. So you are also given a choice. Do you want to put... Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to say, because you took it from Esclados, is already innately magical. So you actually only really need the runes written on there. Yeah, who am I kidding? It's a magic tree. It's a sentient being. I'm gonna give that to you. If a natural 20, why the fuck not? So this is going to be you following Rowan's instructions to create a basic outline on the very bottom of the hilt to essentially allow you that. You can do it on the hilt, or you can do it on the bottom of the guard itself. To essentially allow you to, if you do have a spell that you are trying to cast, or if you want to draw out blood, there's essentially a prick, a small little piece of the wood that is uneven from the rest that you can rub your thumb against to cut it, and that will both activate as the arcane focus itself, and that will allow you to draw blood in order to flow into your weapons from your body. I'm going to need you to go ahead and make me an Arcana check. You will have the help action, so this will be at advantage. There's still a minimum of a DC 15, 17 for adequate, and if you get a natural 20 again, this will be considered a +1 magical focus.
Dang. Alright. Arcana. I actually have a better Arcana than I do every other fucking.
Are you proficient in Arcana?
No, I'm not. I just have
Okay.
a naturally decent intelligence.
Okay.
Let's say 18. Yeah.
Okay. So, similar to Kipley, over the course of the next 2 days, you will be given a crash course into what runic symbols are necessary to create the bare minimum requirements of material components for replacing what would be a common variety source of natural magic in the world and consuming what would be, in this case, your blood in order to create that. And during which that time, it will eventually lead to a created and functional arcane focus. And now, we'll end tonight's session with one final roll to decide, one final series of rolls to decide on the last portion of it, with Mammoth doing the second half.
Okay, I was like, dude, you better not leave me hanging.
Yeah, we do next week, baby. No. So for the sun, we're gonna start off. You already have the mold. That's already a success. Actually, did we do the mold for that? Did we? For the purpose of expediency, the sun and the moon mold were done together. So all you have left is actually melting and molding the metals together. So that is going to be adding the ruby dust to the gold, and then is going to be inscribing the actual metal itself into place again. So, first roll is going to be the forge check. This again is something you're not proficient in. You have advantage. It's 2d20s plus guidance.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready. So, okay, 10 plus 3.
I'm not
That's
doing
a
it.
13. That is one failure. Is
Okay,
just
and then
if it's within the bounds that you can try again. It does also extend the amount of time done for this. So you're now matching Kipley, looking like it's at least a minimum of 3 days' time. You got one more try before you burn this batch. Ruby dust isn't as expensive as Mithril, but it will 100% cost 50 gold dust worth of ruby. Excuse me.
Okay, can I use inspiration and do the 2d20 plus the d4 again?
No. If you want to use inspiration, you can use one roll of 1d20, and it's the same d4. Plus 3 to whatever that roll is.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well.
Yeah. 14!
That passes!
This is 17.
17!
So learning from your mistakes before, you kind of get a legitimate moment of inspiration as you scorch and burnt through the mithril flakes and you realize how small they actually are and how malleable they are. That this is a magical metal, but magical metal can be destroyed. It can be melted and it can be consumed. And keeping in mind that ruby dust is way more susceptible to the flame and is going to be evaporated and incinerated if you pump it up too much. You keep it at a cool, low burn, and you only bump it up as much as you need to. And you can see Noelle's kind of beside you, like, right, so Oh, no. All right. Okay, you got this yourself. All right, go through it. You got this, boy. Over the next few hours, the flame dies down. You pour it out into the mold, pull it out into the mold, settles, squelch it, pull it out, and it has to have some parts of the outer ring removed. It is functionable, and all that is left is the inscription.
I technically I still have the charge from Kipley's thing, from the token.
Talisman.
Yeah. For the
There's a
talisman.
talisman.
You
Can
didn't
I
use
like
that
if
up
I
until
like
this point, but yeah.
I forgot. I
Lovely.
completely forgot about it. If I can I like retroactively use like if I retroactively use that and fish for a 20, does that change anything for me?
Not necessarily. It's more of
Oh,
it's more
okay.
of the design itself because you already passed with a 17.
Okay.
If you want, you can, but it's not really going to benefit.
Eh.
Okay, so for the final roll, this is going to be you and her working through carving out the runes again. She's going to do on the magical side, so this is just going to be a this is going to be either sleight of hand or athletics check again. Or excuse me. No, this is the Forge Master's tools as before. I'm out of order. This is going to be the 2 raw d20s plus a d4 again. As you were trying to chisel out runes into the tiniest of suns. Go ahead and roll me with advantage. A forge tool check.
What?
Oh, buddies. That is a
I have-
natural 1 and a 2.
I have
You
one
have
more
inspiration?
right?
You've already used it
Holy-
twice, right?
No, I've only used it once.
Was that the first time you used it tonight?
Yeah, like 2 minutes ago.
Was someone else that used inspiration before?
I don't know. Maybe.
Let me check log. I thought you already had used yours.
They
I
used
may be
mine
tripping.
twice.
I may be tripping balls, but you know what? Fuck it,
Yeah,
we let
Jared
it
said he used his
ride.
twice.
Go ahead and roll. One more time.
Okay.
It's not an advantage, just a single d20.
Oh,
17. Go ahead and roll the d4. 1, 18. Do you want to use the Kipley boost to see if you can get a 2 or higher?
Yeah, why
If you
not?
get another 1, wouldn't that be so funny?
No, I got
3.
21
Okay.
total.
All right.
21.
18 plus 3. Overall, it takes the party as a whole 4 days of grueling effort, inscription, whittling, molding, sketching, crafting, and at the very last moments, branding in order to get functioning arcane focuses, but you do end up making them yourselves. And here is the fun part. Here's the behind the scenes part of where I pull back the curtain and do an evil laugh.
Uh-oh.
Because you made these yourselves, opposed to just buying generic versions, Mammoth, you did twice the effort, so I was going to give it to you anyway. As long as one was a success, you were good, but you did it twice, so fuck it.
Oh, yeah.
After the brands are installed, they can act and function as per not your magical items, of course, but it will 100% act enough to work as your individual item. It will replace the stone.
Oh,
Yeah.
So you regain access to all of your stone's abilities once more.
Boosh.
So as the symbols are pressed into your flesh, which do you, well, with the gold, you don't really get a choice because you're doing it the metal way. So
yeah.
it is burned into your flesh. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw. We're gonna stick with a 15 or higher for the knight's little 15 streak. 10, cool. You do pass out.
Okay,
Um,
that's fair.
you do pass out from the pain. You do take. Ooh, nice. Only 7 points of fire damage, and
All right.
you will be unable to cast or use spells for 24 hours until it sets in. But when it does, you will have your fully functioning Nature's Chosen back up and working. Or not Nature's Chosen, excuse me. Your cantrips.
I think it was.
Was it Nature's Chosen? I think it was.
I think so.
Yeah, it was. I forgot the name off the top of my head. And Kipling.
Could we change it to like Cosmos Chosen?
Oh yeah, you want to change it to Cosmos' Chosen?
Yeah.
You that your item. You made it. Pop that shit in there. I can also do it for you in case you don't know how to edit it. But for Kipling, you as well, as you finish creating the hairpiece, whether it is disgust, disappointment, or whatever sort of feelings go for amok within Kipley's head, as it is created and as you put it inside of your hair and begin to... Do you use a braid for it, or do you just use loose strings of hair and tune it down to clamp?
Probably just loose strings.
Loose strings? So you turn it into like a tighter clamp until you just get about like a good section of your hair in there, so it's enough to grab onto. As it does, go ahead and make me a Constitution and Wisdom saving throw. 14 and 14. So here's the thing: you don't burn and you don't pass out. However, you do feel as the magic kicks in and as your items' abilities take place once more. Although it is not what you originally used when creating your pact with the Bone Mother, it's created from a different time, it's created from a different material, chosen on a whim. As you kind of rub the E that is carved into the base of the design, you feel the slightest bit of cold mist drifting off of it onto your fingertips. And you find that without meaning to, and confirming that undead can, there is a bit of misty-eyed that begins to well up in your eyes as you can feel the connection of Ezrin kick in once more. Not a voice, but that same dark black mist that leaked out of the lens before, letting you know that he was watching, begins to slowly stream out, kind of landing on your shoulder.
What?
And if the wisdom saving throw failed, you blink a few times, and you are ever so briefly blinded. Where you close your eyes and reopen, and you see the world in a almost completely different shade. You look around the forge, which is already full of various different oranges and bright reds from the flames and from the materials that the forge is being used for today. But you look around and you can see all of the various different items and implements, all of the walkers, all of the equipment that is around here. All of them glowing and letting out a faint bit of mist in very different varieties, thicknesses, and colors, as the lens of the Bone Mother allowing you to see magic no longer actually requires it for you to have it on your face, just on your person. As you blink and look around, you can see, for one, Noelle decked out to the nines. She is like radiating like a sauna in terms of the amount of mist coming off of her items. Um, you see her hammer, the apron that she's wearing, her normal armor and clothes, and you can see that she has 2 rings that also give off magical aura. Uh, and you can just see in the air around you, very similar to when you saw it for the first time at the Dumbala estate, there is tendrils. There is almost what looks like the expansion of roots running about through the air, roughly about like 15 feet up, spiraling out and creating almost like this network that begins to spread out through the room and leading out the doorway. And you were reminded of the first time that you saw Leyline. As you look around and can see one currently in the animus flesh.
In whose flesh?
In the animus flesh.
Oh, gotcha.
The magic.
She like rubs her eyes for a moment, kind of blinks, grasps the tendril of hair, hands kind of touching at the item, the circlet, and then just kind of looks around a bit.
As you grasp it, it all disappears. You squeeze it again, and all of the mist and colors and all of the tendrils appear once more. It can be turned on and off.
Oh. I made something.
That you did. That you did.
And it wasn't like destructive.
Well, technically it can be used as a tool of destruction.
Okay.
But in itself, you did create something that did not blow up, fall apart, or crumble for the first time ever crafting. And to that, I tip my hat to you. And she grabs one of her bunny ears and slightly lowers it for you.
I'm sorry I burnt your face.
This is why we use protective equipment for a reason.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And Kippley immediately turns and just starts. She just starts talking. You all just hear her start like mumbling and talking as she immediately starts trying to talk to Ezra on her own.
While there's no immediate response, you do see that the slow stream of black mist that is pouring out of the hairpiece does kind of ink its way down from just your shoulder, just falling to the floor, and now like you have a little smoke machine slowly coming out. And you don't get any verbal response right away, but you do feel that connection there. And as for Duradon, as you finish the inscription, you don't feel any innate magic that you were able to summon. You don't feel any spells accessible at your grip. And as you look at the hilt of a bladeless sword, just kind of inspect it, rub your thumb on the bottom side of the guard itself for the hilt, and you can feel the point of which you can extract your blood, turn it around. And as you cut your thumb to activate it, almost just out of sheer curiosity of the subconscious, blood begins to trickle through the actual sword itself, like it's being absorbed into the wood, and begins to work its way up, forming from the hilt up into the shaft of the blade, and then creating the slow, curved design, filling up with more and more blood until you get to the point where a smooth, almost crystalline black blade, much thinner and of a different variety of longsword than Clarence's original design, with a similar enough make, hardens and crystallizes. And you can see the mix of crimson and this kind of inky darkness that is mixed in between to form an almost obsidian crystal-like black blade. As you remove your thumb, you watch as the blade retracts, crumbling and falling into the actual hilt. Rub your thumb and it regrows. For the purposes of this, while it can act as an arcane focus, you can also store blood into the hilt of this bladeless sword, so that it is not drawn out from your wounds itself, relying on its own substance to create, and while being enhanced by yours for all of your item abilities. In the case that you ever run out of blood, and or are in a scenario where it is being held by someone else, it will last for a singular turn before it breaks and returns to being just a hilt.
Alright.
And as we end tonight's session there, congratulations, everyone. I was expecting some failures, and we did have some minor ones, but overall, that was a rousing success.
That shit was sick.
See, I really want to do this with everyone here so we can have Mustang make his as well. Because I was really going to pressure Ash into being like, hey, bud, you want to make a gun? This is going to take a long-ass time, but you can try and remember how to make a gun. But we will have to see what she is going to do for next week.
She feels she makes one of the, those like really basic guns in Rust where you just like smack the
the
top of them with a
Yokas?
rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just makes one of those.
I know exactly what
and
you're
it's
talking
like
about.
a single shot. And
Single
she's
shot,
like, fuck,
gun
I rolled a
explodes,
12
it's completely
anyway.
useless. Oh yeah. Nope. But everyone now has full access to all of their item abilities again. The ability to cast magic even if you don't have the material components, unless it obviously, has a cost behind it. And you have a plan for next time. If we can finally have Ash, this poor man's been in transit, just waiting for her to be here. We will have the Mustang bit next session, and then and we will most definitely have enough time, but if and when we have enough time, we can also start your journey to the Grove, which
Yay.
I'm very excited for.
Me too.
A druid, 2 undead, and a barbarian walk into a grove. There is no hope. This is just the scenario we're in.
Good times.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited. Also,
A druid, 2 undead, and a druidicidal barbarian.
Megan, while I was browsing Pinterest halfway through the forging, I gotta ask, is this not what we both would imagine Undead Kipley would look like? Except for the hair color. Is that not Lich Kipley?
Where'd you put it?
In your private channel.
Oh.
Is that not Lich Kipley?
Yeah, yeah. Am I crazy? It's kind of similar.
Yeah.
I was thinking of potentially using it as a base design. I'm not gonna put it in game visuals because it's not official, but I'll share it with the class. I saw this and I was like, when I was describing Lich Kipley, I was like, yeah, sharper
That's pretty
features.
close.
It kind of looks like the base of her face. I think
I
it could work.
cannot deny.
I cannot deny. I'm
Dear God.
petrified.
Which Kipley doesn't exist, she can't hurt you.
Lich Kipley. Listen, I still don't. I don't know which way Megan's gonna go with that, but there is cures. 100%. I'm not gonna sick you with a curse with no way you're gonna get rid of it. But
Megan doesn't
it's
know
up
which
to you.
way.
It's up to you whether or not you want to be cursed.
Oh, I don't know. Okay.
But I will say, during of which this time the year will go by, we will be doing time skips, as I mentioned previously, where we'll go past a certain number of days or weeks or whatever it is for how long, whether it's going to be a travel time, whether it's going to be once we start getting to essentially the testing periods of you guys trying to fix mischief, especially for experiments, we are most definitely going to do it in weeks opposed to just days, depending on what you're trying to actually do. But for this, after we pick up next session, it is going to be your first official week in the past completed.
Whoa.
Uh-huh.
I only
Big.
have 51 more of those left.
Time flies when you're having fun, baby. Or your imminent death is rapidly approaching. But hey, it's the same thing. You can
Facts.
have both. Yeah.
You can eat it too. Have your misery and die as
You
well.
can have your
What the goddamn?
Yeah. But for Duradon, make sure you make that note somewhere. After you go unconscious and or pass a blood blade off to someone, it will last not for like a minute, but for a singular turn / round. It will stay as a blood blade before it disintegrates back into the blade.
Gotcha.
I wanted to give you something there besides just saying, oh, you know, your item ability works as your item ability already does. Because you did roll extremely well.
All things considered, yeah, that's the best I've rolled in a while.
I did like the immediate dagger switch into Clarent when you tried to cut it off. Because I was like, I'm gonna have you meet the AC as a minimum, and then you rolled beneath it, and I was like, how many times is he gonna do this before he just rages and does it for him? He goes reckless attack, great weapon master.
The answer was if Clarent didn't work, that was the next thing.
Yeah. Rage cutting off your own branch from your own walker.
Yep.
Ah.
That's how I took it as crumble.
Oh yeah. I was very very excited that you had character development and talking with your friends first, Kipley. But I will say 100% above board. He, if with your permission, was just going to open Mordred, was going to open a portal to the abyss, and was going to pull out a angel skull and give it to you.
Oh.
What is?
Ooh. Ooh.
And that's where I was going to potentially introduce some fun things about angel anatomy.
Okay.
What the hell?
I guess I gotta
Listen.
decide how deep I want Kipley going to this kind of shit.
Listen, here's the
Yeah,
thing.
look at that.
I can't fucking wait to find out, dude. Oh my god. Either way, it's gonna be legendary.
Yeah.
Could you imagine us going to Celestial and being like, oh,
Celestia. keep in
Welcome,
mind,
guys.
Duradon, I will remember this until this campaign is over. If you walk on Celestia, none of them will be able to acknowledge you
Yeah.
because your name is stricken.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah,
So
my name was stricken from like 2 planes
one
of
of
existence.
one of the cards that he got from the deck of Mischief was your name is stricken from a randomly rolled plane, of which he got. I think it was like a plane of elements. It was like a plane of fire and Celestia.
I think it's in our private channel. I'll look.
It's somewhere in there. But essentially, what it means is if a divine creature ever tries to heal, cast any spell on Duradon, it will automatically fail, as they will not be able to see him as a target, essentially.
Wait, that's actually huge.
So it's both a terrifying threat to the plane of Celestia, as essentially it would be like a boogeyman for him not existing.
Baba
He'd still,
Yaga.
by the way, he would still be able to kill them. They'd still be able to kill him, by the way. If they have an area of effect thing, they can just bop. Eventually, they'll hit him. But it will be like, if he's ever in dire need, and if there's ever a celestial like NPC, or if any of you for some reason end up as a celestial, you will be unable to assist him in any way, shape, or form.
Dang.
I'm sorry. The card was
I mean,
called
what about
Name.
AoE spells?
Hmm?
What about like AoE heals?
Yeah, AoE heals. No, any spell. It's listed in the card, I think.
It says name. Roll 2d6. So I could have been up to 12 different planes of existence.
Holy
Using the
shit.
table above. Um,
How many realms were on the table? Or planes?
your your name is stricken from 2
No,
random
I
planes of
think
existence.
I think it's 12 in total that was on there, and the 2d6 was deciding which two.
Which 2? Okay,
Oh,
got you.
so
Your
you
name
rolled
is
the minimum. That's
yeah.
crazy. That could have been fucking bad.
It was struck from 2 planes of existence, random planes of existence. You are hidden and unknown to any beings from those 2 planes as long as you are as long as I'm within the prime material plane. So if I go to their plane,
Correct.
they know of me. Additionally, you are unable to benefit from any spell, magical effects, spell list, class levels, or any form of favor from being um from any being home to that plane. So I couldn't take a celestial warlock. I couldn't if I
Take
took
levels of
like
cleric.
I couldn't take levels of cleric. I don't I think I'd be pushing it with taking levels of paladin.
Yeah. Well,
Um and the 2 planes of existence are Celestia and the astral plane. So
and the
That
astral, that's
sucks.
what it was.
yeah. So I can't like
So here's the funny thing.
I was like, plane of fire, whatever.
Here's the funny
Yeah,
thing.
no.
The astral plane means that in the tragic event of if Ada Drawcart was ever going to try and help you, and we didn't know that she was a tadpole, that's when you would have found out.
what the fuck? She's like, oh god, who the fuck are you? Is this?
Well, no,
Who's
because she
this
can. No, she would be able to see you, but she wouldn't. None of her, like, if she was trying to revivify you or anything, nothing would work.
Yeah. She's like, oh, well, that dickhead's gone. He's fucked.
God.